Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never told this story to anyone outside my family. Honestly, I'm not even sure why I'm writing it out now. Maybe just to see if anyone else has experienced something similar. This happened almost 11 years ago when I was 16, but I remember it like it was yesterday. I grew up in Sandsview, this tiny coastal town where nothing ever happens. Like, seriously nothing. Our biggest event was the annual sandcastle competition, which should tell you everything you need to know about how exciting my hometown was. My parents bought this old two-story house when I was 7. It wasn't anything special, just your average family home with 3 bedrooms on the main floor and a converted attic upstairs where my dad had his home office. My bedroom was at the end of the hallway on the main floor. I decorated it with all the typical teenage girl stuff, band posters, fairy lights, photos of friends taped to the mirror. It was my safe space. That evening started like any other. It was early fall, around 7 or 8 in the evening. I remember it was already dark outside, and I was lying on my bed scrolling through Instagram, putting off my biology homework. My room was fully lit. I had my ceiling light on, plus my bedside lamp, because I always liked my room bright. I've never been a fan of darkness, even before what happened. I was just mindlessly going through my feed when my alarm clock suddenly went off. It was one of those iPhone docks where you could set music as your alarm, and Cake by the Ocean started blasting at full volume. This was weird for 2 reasons. 1, I hadn't set any alarm, and 2, my phone wasn't even in the dock, it was in my hands. I sat up, annoyed, thinking maybe I'd accidentally bumped something earlier that triggered a preset alarm. But as I looked toward my dresser where the alarm sat, I felt this immediate, overwhelming sense of dread wash over me. You know that feeling when you're alone but suddenly feel like you're being watched? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. That's when I saw it. Standing, or hovering I guess, right next to my alarm clock was what I can only describe as a person made of light. Not like a ghost or anything translucent, but like someone had taken pure light and bent it into a human shape. It had a clearly defined head, torso, arms and legs, but no facial features or details. Just this humanoid form composed entirely of this strange, bright light. The weirdest part was how it affected the room. Everything around it seemed to get brighter, like the electrical current in the air had been amplified. My ceiling light flickered slightly, and even my phone screen seemed to glow more intensely. The air felt charged, almost like right before a lightning storm. I froze completely. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't do anything but stare at this thing. My eyes started watering badly from the brightness, but I couldn't even blink. I just sat there on my bed, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. My mouth went completely dry, and even though I tried to call out for my dad, no sound came out. The entity didn't move toward me or anything, it just stood there, its form shifting slightly, like light reflecting off water. The alarm was still blaring that stupid song, but it sounded distorted now, like it was playing underwater. I don't know how long we stayed like that, probably only seconds, but it felt like forever. Finally, I managed to move. Very slowly, I slid off the opposite side of my bed, keeping my eyes on the light figure the whole time. My legs felt like jelly, and I remember my hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the doorknob. I backed out of my room, closed the door, and then ran upstairs to get my dad. I was crying and stammering, trying to explain what I'd seen. My dad, being the practical guy he is, grabbed a baseball bat from his office, like that would do anything against a being made of light, and came downstairs with me. When we opened my bedroom door, everything was normal. The alarm had stopped, and there was no sign of the light entity. My dad checked every corner of the room, looked under the bed, in the closet, all the places parents look to reassure scared kids. He even checked the alarm clock to see if there was some electrical issue, but it was working perfectly normally. He tried to convince me it was just a weird reflection from headlights outside my window combined with the alarm glitching, but I knew what I saw. That wasn't a reflection or a trick of light. It was something else entirely. I slept in my parents' room that night, something I hadn't done since I was like 9 years old. For weeks afterward, I kept my bedroom door open and slept with all the lights on. I'd jump at the smallest electrical glitch. If a light flickered or my phone made a weird noise, I'd practically have a panic attack. The weirdest part of all this came about 3 years later, when I was home from college for winter break. My mum and I were going through old photo albums, and she started telling stories about when I was little. She mentioned that when I was around 3 or 4, I had an imaginary friend that I called the bright person. According to her, I would talk to thin air and say I was playing with my bright friend. This gave me chills because I had absolutely no memory of this imaginary friend. None whatsoever. When I pressed her for details, she hesitated, then told me something she'd never shared before. Apparently, when I was about 4, my grandma had taken me to this psychic lady in town. My grandma was into all that spiritual stuff. The psychic had immediately focused on me, telling my grandma that I had a light guardian that watched over me and that I was sensitive to the veil. My mom had dismissed it as nonsense at the time and never mentioned it to me, not wanting to encourage what she saw as silly superstition. But after hearing about my experience as a teenager, she wondered if there might be some connection. I've spent years trying to make sense of what happened that night. Was it the same entity I supposedly knew as a child? If so, why did it terrify me so much as a teenager? Was it trying to communicate something? Or was it something else entirely, something that just happened to be made of light? I've researched similar experiences online and found some accounts that sound vaguely similar. People describing beings made of light or energy rather than solid form. Some call them angels, others aliens, others interdimensional beings. I don't know what to call what I saw. The most frustrating thing is the brevity of the encounter. It was there, and then it wasn't. No message, no explanation, no return visits. Just this one intense moment that changed how I see reality. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, if maybe it was just some weird stress hallucination or sleep paralysis, though I was definitely awake and not paralyzed since I managed to leave the room. But then I remember the way the air felt charged around it, the way my eyes watered from its brightness, the way the music distorted. Those sensations were too specific, too real to be imagination. I'm 27 now, living in a different city, and I still sleep with a small light on. I still get nervous when electronics act strangely. Just last week, my smart speaker turned on by itself and started playing music, and I nearly had a heart attack. I had to unplug it and spent the rest of the night on edge. The encounter lasted maybe 2 minutes at most, but it fundamentally altered how I understand reality. Before, I was certain about what was possible and what wasn't. Now, I'm not sure of anything. If beings made of light can appear in a teenage girl's bedroom in a boring coastal town, what else might be out there that we can't explain? I've never experienced anything like it again, and part of me hopes I never will. But another part of me wishes it would. Come back, just so I could get some answers. What was it? Why did it appear to me? Was it the same bright person from my childhood? Did it mean me harm, or was it trying to protect me from something? I guess I'll probably never know, but I'm curious if anyone else has seen something similar, or if there's any explanation for what I experienced. Sometimes I think about that psychic's words, about me being sensitive to the veil. Whatever that means, I hope it doesn't result in any more unexpected visitors. One was enough to last a lifetime. Story 2. I've debated posting this for months now. It's not easy to talk about, and I'm still trying to make sense of what happened, but I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. For context, I'm Marcus. I've been working in industrial facilities for about 9 years now. 2 years ago, I barely survived a workplace accident at a chemical processing plant when a pressure valve failed. 3 of my co-workers weren't so lucky. After 6 months of physical therapy and another 6 of searching for work, I finally landed a position at this incineration plant for chemical waste. It's located in this massive industrial complex, practically hidden in the middle of nowhere, with dense forest surrounding it on 3 sides. The pay was decent, and honestly, I was just grateful to be working again. The plant is fairly modern, with a main processing area, control room, and a basement level where most of the initial processing happens. My job involves monitoring the incineration process, taking regular measurements, and checking systems throughout my shift. During orientation, a few of the guys made some weird comments that I brushed off at first. Jim, who'd been there for 15 years, told me to stick to the main floor at night if possible. When I pressed him about it, he just shrugged and mumbled something about the basement being creepy. Another guy, Derek, was more direct. He told me people sometimes see things down there, especially during night shifts. What kind of things? I asked. Shadows, movement, footsteps on the metal stairs when nobody's there, he said. Then he laughed it off. Probably just the fumes from Department C next door. They produce some nasty chemicals that can make you hallucinate if they leak through the vents. Happens sometimes. I didn't think much of it. Industrial places always have their ghost stories and superstitions. I'd heard plenty at my old job too. Fast forward to about a month ago. I was working the night shift alone. This isn't unusual. We operate with minimal staff overnight since most of the processes are automated. I was the only person in the building from 11 at night until 7 in the morning when the day crew arrived. The first half of my shift was completely normal. I did my rounds at midnight, checked all the gauges, and made sure everything was running smoothly. Around 2 in the morning, I needed to go down to the basement to collect some data from the primary processing units. The basement isn't particularly welcoming, even during the day. It's all concrete walls, metal pipes running along the ceiling, and rows of processing equipment. The lighting is this harsh fluorescent that gives everything a sickly greenish tint. There's a constant humming from the machinery, and it's always a few degrees colder than the rest of the building. I headed down the metal staircase that connects the main floor to the basement. These stairs are industrial grade, designed to handle heavy equipment being moved up and down. They don't make noise. That's important to remember for what happened next. I was about halfway through my inspection, recording temperatures and pressure readings when I heard it. A distinct creaking sound from the stairs, like metal straining under significant weight. Then heavy, deliberate footsteps. I turned around immediately, expecting to see someone from management doing a surprise inspection, or maybe one of the maintenance guys who sometimes work odd hours. There was nobody there. I stood completely still, listening. The footsteps had stopped. I called out, "Hello? Anybody there?" My voice echoed through the basement, but no response came. I tried to rationalize it. The building settles. Equipment makes weird noises. Maybe I was hearing something from one of the other departments through the walls. I continued with my work, but now every sound had me on edge. As I moved toward the back of the basement to check the final set of gauges, I caught something in my peripheral vision. A large, dark shape moving between 2 processing units. I spun around, but again saw nothing. Remember what Derek had said about fumes from Department C causing hallucinations? That became my explanation. We share a ventilation system with them, and the basement is where any leaking fumes would concentrate. I decided to finish my inspection as quickly as possible and get back upstairs to the control room, where the air was cleaner. I completed my checks and practically jogged back to the stairs. As I climbed them, I could have sworn I felt something watching me from below. The sensation was so intense that I took the stairs two at a time, heart pounding. Back in the control room, I felt ridiculous. I'm not the type to get spooked easily. I've worked in industrial settings my whole career and know that these places make all kinds of strange noises. I convinced myself it was just the fumes messing with my head and decided not to mention it to anyone. Last thing I needed was to be labeled as the jumpy new guy. The next 4 hours were uneventful. I monitored the systems, did some paperwork, and tried not to think about what had happened in the basement. But at 6 in the morning, I had to go back down for the final readings before the day shift arrived. This time was different. The air conditioning had been running for hours, which should have cleared any fumes that might have been in the building. I was thinking clearly, not tired, and had convinced myself that what happened earlier was nothing. I went down the stairs cautiously, but feeling more confident. I made it through about half of my inspection without incident, and was starting to feel silly about being scared earlier. That's when everything went to hell. First came the footsteps. Not just from one direction, but from several, like multiple people running across the basement floor. I froze, my clipboard clutched against my chest. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Then I heard what sounded like something heavy being dragged across the floor about 20 feet away, hidden behind a row of processing tanks. "This isn't real," I whispered to myself. "It's just the fumes." I tried to continue working, but my hands were shaking so badly I could barely write down the readings. Then I heard the stairs, not just creaking this time, but groaning, like they were bearing an impossible weight. Our safety engineer once told me those stairs were rated to hold over 400 pounds. We have one guy, Dave, who's easily 370 pounds, and the stairs don't make a sound when he uses them. Whatever was on those stairs was heavy. I looked toward the staircase, and what I saw still haunts me. There was a massive shadow on the wall beside the stairs, cast by something on the staircase itself, but much larger than a normal person. The shadow moved slowly, deliberately, descending one step at a time. I didn't wait to see what was casting it. I dropped my clipboard and ran. Not toward the stairs, that was no longer an option, but toward the emergency exit at the back of the basement. I could hear footsteps matching my pace, running parallel to me one aisle over, hidden by the equipment. Whatever it was keeping up with me. I reached the emergency exit and slammed into the push bar, but the door didn't budge. It wasn't locked. We checked these doors daily for safety compliance. It felt like something was holding it shut from the outside. The footsteps were getting closer. I abandoned the emergency exit and ducked behind a large filtration unit, trying to control my breathing. The footsteps slowed to a walk, methodical, searching. I could hear them circling the area where I was hiding. Then they stopped. I waited, not daring to move. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only a minute or two, I peeked out from my hiding spot. The basement appeared empty again. I took the opportunity and made a break for the main staircase, taking them 3 at a time until I reached the main floor. I sprinted to the control room, locked the door behind me, and collapsed into my chair, gasping for breath. The control room has windows overlooking the main production floor, but none facing the staircase to the basement. I sat there, staring at the monitors, watching the security feed from the main floor. There were no cameras in the basement. After about 10 minutes, when my heart rate finally started to return to normal, I heard it again. Quiet, deliberate footsteps in the hallway outside the control room. They stopped right outside the door. I stared at the handle, expecting it to turn, but it never did. Instead, something scraped against the door, like nails or claws dragging slowly across the metal. Then silence. I stayed in that control room until 7:15, when Mike from the day shift finally showed up. I didn't tell him what happened. What could I say that wouldn't make me sound completely insane? I went home, convinced myself it was exhaustion combined with lingering trauma from my previous accident, and tried to forget about it. I even requested to switch to day shifts for a while, claiming I was having trouble adjusting to the night schedule. Then, 3 days ago, everything changed. I was having lunch with Jim, the veteran operator I mentioned earlier. He was talking about Department C's 2-week shutdown for maintenance. Casually, I asked when the shutdown had started. "About a month ago," he said. "They've been completely offline." My blood ran cold. "They weren't operating at all during my night shift last month." Jim shook his head. "Nope, place has been a ghost town over there. No production, no chemicals, nothing." Whatever I experienced in that basement wasn't a hallucination from chemical fumes. There were no fumes. Department C wasn't even running. I finally told Jim what happened. I expected him to laugh, but he just went quiet. Then he told me others had experienced similar things over the years. Management had always dismissed it as imagination or the effects of chemical exposure, but with Department C shut down, that explanation no longer worked. Yesterday, I overheard our plant manager talking to the head of security about installing cameras in the basement. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who reported something recently. 3 maintenance workers refused to go down there alone after experiencing something similar to what I did. I'm scheduled for another night shift tomorrow. I've been trying to get out of it, but we're short-staffed. The plant manager assured me I wouldn't have to go to the basement. They've temporarily suspended the nighttime inspection requirements until the new cameras are installed. But I'm still terrified. Whatever is down there, it's not just staying in the basement anymore. It came up to the control room door that night. And sometimes, when I'm alone in certain parts of the facility, I still get that feeling of being watched, of something massive moving just out of sight. I don't know what's in our basement. I don't know if it's something that's always been there or if it has something to do with the chemicals we process. All I know is that it's real, it's aware, and for some reason, it's taking an interest in those of us who work there. Story 3. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened to me in Tijuana 2 years ago. I've tried to make sense of it, tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but I know what I experienced was real. It was supposed to be a simple overnight stop. My boyfriend Carlos, our 2-year-old daughter Mia and I were driving back to San Diego after visiting Carlos's family in Ensenada. We hadn't planned on staying in Tijuana, but the rain was coming down in sheets. I could barely see 10 feet ahead of me through the windshield, even with the wipers going full blast. "We should find a hotel," Carlos suggested, after we nearly hydroplaned off the road. "It's not safe to drive across the border in this weather." I agreed. Mia was getting cranky in her car seat, and honestly, I was exhausted too. So we exited the highway and started looking for somewhere to stay. What we didn't realize was that there was some kind of business convention in town. Every decent hotel we tried was fully booked. After being turned away from the 5th place, I was starting to think we'd have to sleep in our car. "Let's try one more," Carlos said, pointing to a tall building with a flickering neon sign that read Hotel Frontera. It wasn't exactly the Hilton, but at that point I didn't care. The lobby was dingy but clean enough. The front desk clerk, a middle-aged woman with heavy makeup and tired eyes, barely looked up from her phone when we approached. "Do you have any rooms available for tonight?" I asked in Spanish. She tapped at her computer without enthusiasm. "You're lucky. We have 1 room left on the 6th floor." I breathed a sigh of relief. "We'll take it." We paid in cash. The credit card machine was not working, and took the elevator up. The hallway carpet was worn thin in places, and the wallpaper was peeling at the corners. Room 612 smelled faintly of cigarettes despite the no smoking sign on the door, but it had a queen-sized bed and a portable crib for Mia. Good enough. Then we noticed how hot it was. The air conditioning unit under the window was running, but it seemed to be pumping out hot air instead of cold. I fiddled with the controls, but no matter what setting I chose, the temperature kept climbing. "I'll call the front desk," Carlos said. 40 minutes later, we were still waiting for maintenance. Mia was red-faced and fussy from the heat, and I was losing my patience. When a maintenance guy finally showed up, he barely looked at the unit before shrugging. "No funciona," he said flatly. "It doesn't work." "We can see that," I replied, trying to keep my voice level. "Can you fix it?" He shook his head. "Not tonight, maybe tomorrow." "That's not acceptable," I said. "It must be 90 degrees in here." He glanced at the door. "Leave the door open. It will cool down." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Leave our door open? All night? With our toddler? The maintenance guy just shrugged again and left without another word. I was furious. I grabbed Mia, who was now crying steadily, and stormed down to the front desk with Carlos following behind. "Your maintenance person suggested we leave our door open all night because the AC isn't working," I told the clerk. "That's completely unacceptable. We need another room or a refund." The woman looked annoyed. "All other rooms are occupied." "Then we want our money back," Carlos said firmly. She stared at us for a long moment, then sighed dramatically. "There is one room on the first floor, but it has twin beds, not queen." "Is the air conditioning working?" I asked. "Yes." "We'll take it." She handed us a new key for room 112 and acted like she was doing us a huge favor. We took the elevator back down, gathered our things from the 6th floor, and headed to our new room. Room 112 was at the very end of the hallway on the first floor, next to what looked like a maintenance closet on one side and an exit door on the other. It was smaller than the room upstairs, with 2 twin beds instead of a queen, but at least it wasn't sweltering. There was something off about the room, though. It had a stale smell, like it hadn't been used in a while. The sheets were stiff and cold to the touch. When I turned down the covers, I noticed they weren't the slightest bit wrinkled. No one had slept in this bed recently, that was for sure. I tried to shake off my uneasiness. We were only staying one night, and at least the temperature was bearable. I set up Mia's portable crib between the 2 beds, but she was still fussy after the hot room upstairs and wouldn't settle. "I'll take her," Carlos offered. He lay down on one of the twin beds with Mia on his chest, patting her back gently. She calmed down almost immediately and was asleep within minutes. I was exhausted myself, so I took the other bed. I left the bathroom light on and the door cracked open, a habit from when Mia was a newborn. The dim light was comforting, casting just enough glow that I could make out the shapes of the furniture. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was startled awake by a noise. It sounded like furniture being dragged across a floor, a slow, heavy scraping sound. It seemed to be coming from behind my headboard, which was strange because I thought that wall backed up to the maintenance closet. I lay still, listening. There it was again, a dragging sound, followed by what sounded like soft thumps against the wall. Thump, 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 like someone was lightly punching the wall from the other side. I glanced over at Carlos and Mia. They were both sound asleep, Carlos's arm protectively around our daughter. The digital clock on the nightstand read 2:16 a.m. I needed to use the bathroom, so I carefully got out of bed, trying not to make any noise. As soon as I stood up, the sound stopped. I paused, listening, but there was nothing. The bathroom was tiny, with barely enough room to turn around. As I washed my hands, I noticed the mirror on the wall. It seemed unusually large for such a small bathroom, taking up almost the entire wall. I was looking at my reflection, noticing the dark circles under my eyes, when I heard it again, the thumping sound. But this time it was coming from directly behind the mirror, louder and more insistent. Thump, thump, thump. I jumped back, my heart racing. The sound had been so clear, so physical, I half expected to see the mirror move with each impact, but it remained perfectly still. I hurried out of the bathroom and back to my bed, pulling the covers up to my chin like a child afraid of monsters. The thumping had stopped again, but I was wide awake now, my senses on high alert. After about 15 minutes of silence, I started to convince myself I'd imagined it all. Maybe it was just the pipes in the walls, or someone in another room moving furniture around. People did weird things at odd hours in hotels. Then Mia stirred and started to fuss. Before she could wake up fully and disturb Carlos, I got up and gently moved her to my bed. I settled her down, and once she was sleeping peacefully again, I took Carlos's now empty bed, which was closer to the door and further from the wall that had been making noises. I was just starting to relax when the dragging sound started again, but this time it was accompanied by something else, a soft, muffled weeping. It was barely audible at first, just a quiet sobbing coming from somewhere behind the wall. As I listened, frozen in place, the weeping grew slightly louder, and the thumping sounds resumed. What was most disturbing was that the sounds seemed to be moving. The thumps began low on the wall, but gradually worked their way higher, as if whatever was making them was climbing up the wall. And they were moving laterally too, away from where I had been sleeping and toward the bed where Mia now lay. I lay perfectly still, hardly daring to breathe. The sobbing continued, a mournful sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. Then I noticed something else, a shadow, darker than the surrounding darkness, moving at the foot of my bed. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing in the dim light from the bathroom. The shadow paused, and then, I swear this happened, a head peeked around the corner of my bed. Just for a second, just long enough for me to register a dark silhouette against the slightly lighter background, and then it zipped back, disappearing into the bathroom doorway. I was paralyzed with fear. I wanted to scream, to wake Carlos, to grab Mia and run, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. I just lay there, my eyes fixed on the bathroom doorway, waiting for the shadow to reappear. Instead, the thumping intensified. No longer confined to one area, it seemed to scatter up and across the walls, like multiple fists pounding from the other side. The weeping grew louder too, changing in pitch and tone until it sounded less like crying and more like keening, a high, thin wail of despair. I pulled the sheets over my head like I used to do as a kid, knowing it was ridiculous but unable to help myself. Through the thin fabric I could still hear the sounds growing louder, more frantic. The thumping became a continuous rhythm, and the wailing rose to a fever pitch. Then, directly in my ear, so close I could feel the breath of it, came a screech that wasn't quite human, a sound of such utter anguish and rage that I tumbled out of bed in terror, landing hard on the floor. The sound cut off immediately. The thumping stopped. The room fell silent except for my ragged breathing and the steady hum of the air conditioner. I stayed on the floor, back pressed against the side of the bed, until the first grey light of dawn filtered through the curtains. I didn't sleep, I didn't move. I just sat there listening to the sound of my own heartbeat and the soft breathing of my family. When Carlos woke up around 6:30, he found me still sitting on the floor, my back stiff and my eyes gritty from lack of sleep. "What are you doing down there?" he asked, his voice thick with sleep. I couldn't even begin to explain. "Bad dream," I mumbled, pulling myself up. I fell out of bed. He frowned. "I thought I heard you yell in the middle of the night, but I was so tired I fell back asleep. Sorry." We packed up quickly. While Carlos was loading the car, I went to the front desk to check out and casually asked about the rooms next to ours. "There's nothing on that side except the maintenance closet and the exit," the clerk told me, barely looking up from her phone. "Room 112 is at the end of the hall." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What about above or below?" She shook her head. "You're on the ground floor. There's just concrete below you." I stood there for a moment, trying to process this information. If there were no rooms behind ours, what had I heard? Where had those sounds come from? We never stayed in that hotel again. In fact, I avoided Tijuana altogether after that night. But now, 2 years later, Carlos's cousin is getting married in Rosarito, and we need to stay overnight in Tijuana again on our way down. I keep telling myself it was nothing, just my imagination or some weird acoustics in an old building. But deep down, I know better. Something was in that room with us that night. Something that wept and raged and reached out from whatever dark place it inhabited. And I can't help wondering if it's still there, waiting for the next unwary traveler who checks into room 112. Story 4. I still can't explain what happened that day. It's been 3 months since everything went down, but I think about it constantly. We've moved out now. There was no way I was staying in that house another night after what I saw. But I need to get this off my chest because it's eating me alive. And maybe someone here has experienced something similar. My husband Mark and I bought this house in Westbrook about 18 months ago. It seemed perfect. 4 bedrooms, big backyard for our golden retriever Bailey, decent neighborhood, good schools for when we decided to have kids. The previous owners seemed nice enough, a middle-aged couple who said they were moving to be closer to their grandkids. Nothing seemed off about the place. The first 6 months were pretty normal. We were just settling in, painting rooms, replacing some old appliances, the usual new homeowner stuff. Then one afternoon in October, I let Bailey out in the backyard like I always did. Our yard is completely fenced in, 6-foot wooden fence all around, and there's nothing dangerous out there. I was working from home that day, answering emails at the kitchen table, when Bailey scratched at the back door to come in about 20 minutes later. When I opened the door, he just walked in calmly and laid down on his bed in the living room. I went back to work, but about an hour later, I noticed he hadn't moved from his spot, which was unusual. He normally follows me around the house. When I went to check on him, I noticed a dark patch on his bed. When I pulled back his blanket, I nearly threw up. There was a cut on his stomach, not just a small cut, but a clean, straight laceration about 5 inches long. It wasn't bleeding much, but it was deep enough that I could see. God, I don't even want to describe it. The weird thing was, Bailey wasn't whining or showing any signs of pain. He just looked at me with these calm eyes like nothing was wrong. I rushed him to the emergency vet, completely freaking out. The vet asked what happened, and I had no answer. There was nothing in our yard that could have caused this. No broken glass, no sharp metal, nothing. The fence was intact, so no other animal could have gotten in. The vet said it looked like a clean cut, almost surgical, which made no sense at all. Bailey needed 23 stitches and antibiotics, but he recovered fine. We checked the yard over and over, but found absolutely nothing that could explain what happened. We even set up a camera back there afterward, but nothing unusual ever showed up on the footage. Fast forward another 6 months. Mark and I had gone out for dinner one night, and when we came home around 9, the garage door was wide open. We definitely closed it when we left. We always do. Inside, every single light in the house was on. Every single one. Even the closet lights. The basement door, which we always keep locked because it's unfinished and we rarely go down there, was unlocked and slightly ajar. We called the police, thinking someone had broken in, but nothing was missing. Not a single thing was out of place. The cops suggested maybe we'd forgotten to close the garage and turn off the lights, or that there might be an electrical issue causing the lights to turn on. We didn't argue, but I know we didn't leave the house like that. And there's no way we both forgot to close the garage door and left every light on and unlocked the basement door. But we tried to rationalize it. Maybe we were more forgetful than we thought. Then came the day that finally broke me. It was a Tuesday in April, about 3 months ago. Mark had left for work, and I had the day off. I was in the kitchen doing dishes around 11 in the morning. Bailey was sleeping on the living room floor nearby. I could see him from where I was standing at the sink. The house was completely quiet, except for the water running and the occasional clink of plates. I turned around to grab a towel from the counter behind me, and that's when I saw it. There was this red substance on the kitchen floor that absolutely wasn't there just seconds before. It looked exactly like blood, dark red and wet. It was in this weird zigzag pattern, starting abruptly in the middle of the floor and stopping just as abruptly about 2 feet later. There was no trail, no drops leading to or from it. It just appeared. My first thought was that Bailey was hurt again, but he was still sleeping peacefully in the exact same spot in the living room. I checked him over completely, his mouth, his paws, his behind. Nothing. No blood, no wounds, nothing. And Bailey would have been on that red stuff in a heartbeat if it had been there before. He's extremely food motivated and investigates anything that hits the floor immediately. I knelt down to look at it closer, and it didn't smell like anything. It wasn't food, not pasta sauce or ketchup or anything like that. It had the consistency of blood, but with no metallic smell. I touched it with a paper towel, and it was still wet, soaking through the paper. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the roll of paper towels as I cleaned it up. I tried to tell myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe I'd spilled something earlier and hadn't noticed, but I knew that wasn't true. I hadn't been using anything red that morning. And the pattern, that straight zigzag that started and stopped in the middle of the floor, it wasn't a natural spill pattern. It looked deliberate. After cleaning it up, I called Mark, but he didn't answer. I was too freaked out to stay in the house, so I grabbed Bailey and we went for a long walk. I kept trying to come up with explanations, but nothing made sense. When we got back around 1 o'clock, I stood outside the front door for a solid 5 minutes, afraid to go back in. When I finally worked up the courage to enter, the house felt different, colder somehow, even though it was warm outside. I stepped into the entryway and immediately noticed the sound of the TV coming from the living room. It was on full volume, some daytime talk show I never watch. I know I didn't leave it on. I walked further in and saw that the gas fireplace was running too. We never used that thing, especially not in April. The kitchen light was on, and when I went in, there the oven was on as well, preheated to 400 degrees. Every hair on my body stood up. Someone, or something, had been in my house while I was gone. I ran through the house, checking every room, every closet, under every bed. Bailey followed me, completely calm. There was nobody there. Nothing was missing or moved. Just all these things turned on that I know weren't on when I left. I called Mark again, and this time he answered. He tried to calm me down, saying maybe I'd accidentally hit the remote before leaving, or that there might be an electrical issue causing things to turn on randomly. But I knew better. I sat in my car in the driveway until he came home early from work. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every little creak and groan of the house set my heart racing. Around 3 in the morning, I finally got up and started searching online for information about our house. That's when I discovered that the couple who sold it to us had only lived there for 3 years, and the owners before them, just 1 year. 1 fucking year. I kept digging and found a local history forum where someone mentioned our address. Apparently, there had been a string of short-term owners going back at least 20 years. Nobody stayed longer than 4 years. The post didn't say why. The next morning, I told Mark what I'd found. He was skeptical at first, but I could tell he was starting to get worried too. We'd been having weird experiences for a year, and now it seemed like there might be a pattern of people fleeing this house. We decided to talk to our neighbors, an older couple who'd lived next door for over 30 years. They were hesitant at first, but eventually admitted they'd noticed the high turnover of homeowners. When I asked if they knew why, the wife looked at her husband for a long moment before saying, "Things happen in that house, things nobody can explain." That was it. I told Mark I wasn't spending another night there. We packed some essentials and moved into a hotel that same day. We've been staying with my parents while looking for a new place. I've tried to rationalize everything that happened. The dog's injury could have been from something in the yard we missed. The lights and open garage could have been our mistake. The red substance on the floor, maybe I did spill something and forgot. The appliances turning on could be electrical issues. But I know in my gut that's not the case. Something was in that house with us. Something that started with small, strange occurrences and gradually became bolder. Something that wanted us to know it was there. We're selling the house now. I feel guilty about it, knowing another family will move in unaware. But what can I say to potential buyers? By the way, unexplained blood appears on the floor and your dog might get mysteriously sliced open. I still don't have any explanation for what happened. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that I'll never forget the sight of that red zigzag on my kitchen floor, appearing out of nowhere in the seconds it took me to turn around. And I'll never forget the cold feeling that washed over me when I realized we weren't alone in that house. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was there is still watching us, if it followed us out. I still check Bailey every day for unexplained injuries. I still wake up in the middle of the night expecting to find all the lights on, and I still can't shake the feeling that something is waiting for us to let our guard down again. Story 5. I've never really talked about this with anyone outside my family. Even typing this out now makes my hands shake a little. I guess I need to get it off my chest after all these years. I grew up in a small suburban house in Riverdale during the early 2000s. Nothing fancy. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a decent backyard. The kind of place where nothing unusual should happen. But from the time I was really little, maybe around 4 years old, until we moved when I was 8, I knew something was wrong with that house. I just didn't have the words for it back then. One of the clearest memories I have happened when I was about 6. I had this RC car I loved playing with, a red and black one my dad got me for Christmas. One afternoon, I was in my room when I noticed the car sitting on my dresser. The weird thing was, I had taken the batteries out the night before because they were dying. I remember this specifically because my dad had promised to buy new ones when he got paid on Friday. I was just staring at it, wishing I could play with it, when suddenly, I swear on everything, it moved. Just a little at first, like somebody had bumped the dresser. But there was nobody else in the room. I thought maybe I was seeing things, so I said out loud, "Do that again." And it did. The car slid across my dresser about 3 inches. I freaked out, running to find my mom. She was in the kitchen making lunch, and I was pulling on her arm so hard she almost dropped a plate. "Mom, Mom, you have to see this," I kept saying. She probably thought I was just being a hyper kid, but she followed me back to my room. "Watch this," I told her, pointing at the car. "Move," I said to it. Nothing happened. My mom gave me that look parents give when they think you're making stuff up, but I was desperate. "Please," I begged the car, "show my mom." Less than 5 seconds later, the car slid across the dresser, even farther than before. My mom's face changed immediately. I can still picture how she went pale, but forced a smile and said, That's neat, Mason." She tried to play it cool, saying something about static electricity or the dresser being uneven, but I saw her hand shaking when she touched my shoulder. She was scared, which made me even more scared. That wasn't even the worst part about living in that house. There was this chair in my parents' bedroom, an old recliner my dad liked to sit in to watch TV. From as early as I can remember, I would never, ever walk past that chair normally. I always ran, every single time. Day or night, it didn't matter. Something about that spot in the room made my skin crawl. There was a lamp next to it too, one of those tall, standing ones. I'd sprint past both of them, my heart pounding like crazy even though I couldn't explain why. My parents probably thought it was just a weird kid thing, but I never grew out of it the entire time we lived there. I never even told them why I did it. I couldn't really explain it myself. I just knew something was wrong with that corner of the room. When I was around 6, my dad had to go away for a business trip for a few days. It was just me and my mum in the house. That night, we watched Predator together. Not exactly a kid's movie, but I begged to stay up and watch it with her. Big mistake. That movie scared the crap out of me. Not because it's a horror movie exactly, but something about the way the predator could be invisible and hunting you really got to me. I was so freaked out that I asked if I could sleep in my parents' bed with my mom. She said yes, probably feeling a little guilty about letting me watch the movie in the first place. I remember lying there, trying to fall asleep, but jumping at every little noise. I must have finally dozed off, because the next thing I remember is waking up suddenly. The digital clock on my mom's nightstand said 3:07 a.m. I was instantly aware that something had woken me up, though I couldn't say what. Then I saw it, a white, misty figure walking into the bedroom through the doorway. The weirdest part? I wasn't even that scared in the moment. It was like some part of my 6-year-old brain just accepted it as normal. The figure wasn't exactly shaped like a person, more like a cloud that had a vaguely human outline. It drifted into the room, toward that chair I always ran past, and then I fell back asleep, just like that. When I think back on it now, that's the part that freaks me out the most. How did I just go back to sleep? Why didn't I wake my mom? It's like I was under some kind of spell or something. There were other things too, toys that would be in different places than where I left them. Cold spots in certain parts of the house, even in the middle of summer. The feeling of being watched when I was alone in my room. I'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. My mom would ask me who I was talking to when I was alone in my room, and I'd say nobody, because I honestly couldn't remember having a conversation, even though she swore she heard voices. We moved away when I was 8, and I pretty much forgot about all of it. Or maybe I just pushed it away. Kids are good at that, I guess. Moving on from things that don't make sense. It wasn't until I was 17, almost 10 years after we'd left that house, that everything came back to me. My family was sitting around the dinner table, reminiscing about old times, when I suddenly remembered the chair. "Hey, remember that chair in your bedroom at the old house?" I asked my parents. "The one I always ran past?" There was this weird silence at the table. My mom and dad exchanged a look I couldn't quite read. "What made you think of that?" my mom finally asked. I shrugged. "I don't know. I just remembered how I used to sprint past it every time. I was such a weird kid." My dad cleared his throat. "Mason, did we ever tell you about the people who owned the house before us?" I shook my head. "The real estate agent told us after we'd already put in an offer," my mom said quietly. "An elderly man had owned the house. He died in that chair." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "What?" "Heart attack, apparently," my dad continued. "He was sitting in that chair watching TV. Wasn't found for 2 days." "And you kept the chair?" I asked, my voice higher than normal. "We didn't know until after we moved in," my mom explained. "And it was a good chair. Your dad liked it." "Besides," my dad added, "we didn't want to scare you kids with that kind of talk." I sat there, trying to process what they were telling me. All those years, I'd been running past the spot where someone had died. Somehow, without anyone telling me, I had known. "There's something else," my mom said, looking at my dad as if asking permission to continue. He nodded. "We used to see things too," she admitted, "mostly at night. I'd wake up and think I saw someone sitting in that chair. Just for a second, then it would be gone." "I saw it too," my dad said. "Figured it was just dreams, or my eyes playing tricks. Never wanted to mention it and freak you kids out." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. All this time, I thought it had been my imagination. But my parents had seen things too. "Remember when Cousin Jake stayed over that one Christmas?" my mom asked. I nodded. Jake was older than me, a teenager at the time. "The next morning, he asked your dad who the man was that had been standing next to the bed in the middle of the night. What did you tell him?" I asked. "I said he must have been dreaming," my dad replied. "What else could I say? But Jake swore up and down there was an old man standing next to me while I slept, just staring down at me. He said he thought it was my father at first, but then remembered Grandpa wasn't visiting." My skin was crawling as they told me this. I finally told them about the RC car incident, and my mom confirmed she'd seen it move. She'd been too scared to acknowledge it at the time, thinking it would frighten me more. "What about the white figure?" I asked. The one I saw coming into your bedroom that night when Dad was away." My mom's face went pale. "You saw that too?" Turns out she'd seen the same misty white figure on multiple occasions. She thought she was having stress-induced hallucinations and even went to a doctor about it. The doctor had prescribed her anti-anxiety medication. We talked for hours that night, piecing together all the strange things that had happened in that house. The footsteps when no one was there, the voices, the feeling of being watched. I've done some research since then, tried to find out more about the old man who died in our house. All I could discover was that his name was Harold Greaves. He'd lived alone for 20 years after his wife died, and according to neighbors, he was particular about his house and belongings. I sometimes wonder if he was still there, watching us live in his space, sitting in his chair. Maybe he didn't like me running past his favorite spot. Maybe he was just lonely. It's been years now, and I still think about that house, about Harold, about the things we all saw but never talked about. Sometimes I dream about that chair, and in my dreams, there's always someone sitting in it watching me. I wake up in a cold sweat every time. I don't know what I believe about ghosts or the afterlife, but I know what I experienced in that house wasn't just my imagination. Something was there with us. Something that could move an RC car without batteries. Something that could appear as a misty figure in the middle of the night. Something that knew I was afraid of that chair long before I knew why I should be. I drive by the old house sometimes. A new family lives there now. I wonder if their kids run past that spot in the master bedroom too. I wonder if they wake up at 3 a.m. to see a figure standing over their bed. I wonder if they know about Harold. Some days, I think about knocking on their door, asking if they've experienced anything strange. But what would I say? "Hey, sorry to bother you, but is your house haunted?" They'd think I was crazy, so I keep driving, and I keep wondering, and sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I can feel someone watching me, even now, even miles away from that house. Like whatever was there somehow followed me. Or maybe that's just what happens when you grow up with a ghost. Maybe you never really leave it behind. Story 6. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. I'm not even sure if anyone will believe me. My therapist certainly didn't. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar. This happened last summer when I was 17. My mom had been on another of her benders, 3 days straight of vodka and whatever pills she could get her hands on. By the third night, she was in that nasty phase where she'd pick fights about anything. I'd learned years ago not to engage when she was like this, but that night was particularly bad. I was trying to do homework at the kitchen table when she started screaming about how I'd used the wrong sponge to clean a pot, like full-on screaming. When she grabbed the pot and threw it against the wall, I knew I had to get out of there. I grabbed my backpack, stuffed in some clothes and my meds, and called my grandparents. They live about 20 minutes away in Whispering Pines, this tiny town where everyone knows each other and nothing ever happens. The kind of place with 1 gas station and 3 churches. They've always been my safe haven when things got bad at home. Grandpa picked me up without asking questions. He's good like that, just shows up when I need him. The drive was quiet, except for the old country music playing softly on his truck radio. When we got to their house, Grandma was waiting with hot chocolate and leftovers from dinner, even though it was almost 11 at night. "Your room is all ready, sweetheart," she said, giving me that sad smile she always has when I show up unannounced. My room is actually the bedroom I used to stay in every summer as a kid. It still has the same pale blue walls and the twin bed with the quilt Grandma made when I was born. After eating and assuring my grandparents I was okay, I went up to the bedroom. I was exhausted, emotionally drained from the fight with my mom, and physically tired from not sleeping well for days. I took my anxiety meds, plugged in my phone, and collapsed into bed around midnight. I must have fallen asleep instantly because the next thing I remember is being jolted awake. And I mean jolted, like someone had physically shaken the bed. I sat up, completely disoriented, my heart racing. The digital clock on the nightstand showed 3:17 in the morning. The house was completely silent except for this weird, snapping sound. It's hard to describe, like someone repeatedly flicking their fingers, but sharper. It seemed to be coming from all around my bed, first from the foot of the bed, then from my right, then behind my head. I turned on the bedside lamp and scanned the room, but nothing was there. "Grandpa?" I called out, thinking maybe he'd gotten up to check on me. No answer. I got up and checked the hallway, completely dark and silent. Both my grandparents' door and the guest bathroom door were closed. I went back to bed, telling myself it was just the old house settling. These old farmhouses make weird noises, right? I turned off the lamp and eventually fell back asleep. The second time I woke up was even more terrifying. The clock read 4:23. This time, I was certain someone was shaking me awake. Not the bed, me. Like hands on my shoulders, rocking me back and forth. I jolted upright, gasping. The snapping sounds were back, but louder this time and more aggressive. Snap, 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 moving around the perimeter of my bed in quick succession. Then the bed itself started to shake. Not like an earthquake or anything, more like someone was gripping the frame and deliberately rattling it. I scrambled to turn on the lamp and pressed myself against the headboard, pulling my knees to my chest. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice shaking. "This isn't funny." The snapping stopped the moment the light came on, and the bed went still. I sat there for what felt like hours, afraid to move, afraid to turn the light off. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely text my friend Jess. "Something weird is happening at my grandparents'. I think someone's in the house." She responded almost immediately, "Call the police." But what would I tell them? That I heard snapping noises and felt my bed shake? I'd sound insane. Besides, my grandparents' house is literally in the middle of nowhere. It would take cops at least 30 minutes to get there, and what if it was nothing? My grandparents would be so embarrassed. So I just sat there back against the headboard, lamp on, scrolling mindlessly through TikTok to distract myself. Eventually, I must have dozed off sitting up because the next thing I knew, I was being violently shaken awake again. The clock read 5:45. This time, the shaking was so intense I felt like I was being rattled by some invisible force. The snapping sounds were practically deafening. Snap, 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 circling the bed faster and faster. I screamed and fumbled for the lamp switch, but before I could reach it, something flew across the room and hit my metal lamp with a loud clang. That was it. I was beyond terrified and straight into furious. Maybe it was the lack of sleep or the stress from everything with my mum, but something in me snapped. "Stop it!" I shouted, not even caring if I woke my grandparents. "What the fuck do you want? Leave me alone!" The snapping stopped instantly. The room went completely still and silent. I was breathing hard, my heart pounding in my ears. I pulled the covers over my head like a little kid, as if that would protect me from whatever was in that room. "I'm not afraid of you," I hissed under the blanket, even though that was a complete lie. "This is my room. Get out." I don't know how long I stayed under those covers, but eventually sunlight started filtering through the fabric. I must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing I knew, Grandma was knocking on my door, telling me breakfast was ready. I waited until I heard her footsteps going down the stairs before I emerged from under the covers. The room looked completely normal in the morning light. Sunlight streamed through the lace curtains, highlighting the dust motes floating in the air. Nothing seemed out of place, except I remembered the sound of something hitting my lamp. I got out of bed and examined the lamp carefully. It was an old-fashioned metal one with a green glass shade. There were no marks on it, no dents, nothing unusual. I checked the floor around it, looking for whatever had hit it. Nothing. I checked under the bed, in the corners of the room. Nothing. At breakfast, I tried to act normal. Grandpa read his newspaper while Grandma fussed over me, making sure I ate enough pancakes. I wanted to ask if they'd heard anything strange in the night, but I couldn't bring myself to say anything. They'd worry, or worse, they'd think I was making it up for attention, or that I was having episodes again. See, I've been diagnosed with PTSD, anxiety, depression, and borderline personality disorder. I take medication for all of it, and usually it keeps me stable. But I know how it looks when I talk about experiencing weird things. People immediately assume I'm hallucinating or having some kind of episode. But this felt different from my usual episodes. When I have night terrors or lucid nightmares, I always know I'm dreaming on some level. There's that strange disconnect where part of my brain is aware that what I'm experiencing isn't real. That night at my grandparents', though, it felt completely, undeniably real. The physical sensation of being shaken, not just the bed, but my body being shaken by something I couldn't see, that's not something my mind has ever conjured up before. I spent the rest of that day jumpy and exhausted. I helped Grandma in the garden, my eyes constantly darting toward the upstairs windows, half expecting to see something watching me. By evening, my mom had texted to apologize, as usual, and say it was safe to come home. Part of me wanted to stay another night to see if anything happened again, to prove to myself I wasn't losing it. But a bigger part of me was terrified of spending another night in that room. I went home with my mom that evening. I never told my grandparents what happened. What would I even say? Hey, I think your spare bedroom is haunted by something that likes to shake people awake and make snapping noises. It's been months now, and I haven't spent another night at their house. I've visited for dinner plenty of times, but I always make sure to leave before dark. Sometimes I catch Grandma giving me these concerned looks, like she knows something's up but doesn't know how to ask. The weirdest part is that I don't feel threatened by whatever was in that room. Terrified, yes, but not threatened. It felt more like it was trying to get my attention, like it wanted me to know it was there. And when I finally acknowledged it, when I finally got angry and yelled at it, it stopped. I've spent hours researching similar experiences online. Some people suggest it could have been a hypnagogic hallucination, that weird state between wakefulness and sleep where your brain can make you see and feel things that aren't there. Others point to old houses having imprints of past energies or events. My therapist says it was likely a combination of stress, my existing mental health issues, and being in a familiar childhood space that triggered some kind of episode. She's probably right. That's the rational explanation. But I still can't explain what hit my lamp. I still can't explain the physical sensation of hands on my shoulders, shaking me awake. And I can't explain why, sometimes, when I'm alone in my room at night, I hear that same snapping sound just once or twice, like something followed me home from Whispering Pines and wants to remind me it's still here. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that bedroom at my grandparents' house. Part of me wants to, just to see if it happens again, to prove to myself that I'm not crazy, but a bigger part of me is afraid, not just of experiencing it again, but of what it might mean if I don't. Because if nothing happens the next time, then maybe I really am losing my grip on reality. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I need to know I'm not alone in this. Story 7. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. I'm still not sure if writing it down will help or just make everything worse by forcing me to relive it all. But I need to tell someone who might understand, or at least not think, I'm completely crazy. Last summer, I was working as a seasonal park ranger at one of the most remote outposts in Olympic National Park. For privacy reasons, I won't name the exact location, but it was deep in the rainforest section of the peninsula, about 2 hours from the nearest town with actual grocery stores. My boyfriend Daniel had moved with me for the season, taking a remote job so we could experience the adventure together. We were so excited about living surrounded by ancient trees and wilderness. God, we were naive. The ranger station where I worked was tiny, just a main office building, a maintenance shed, and 5 small housing units for staff in a clearing carved out of the dense forest. The forest there isn't like other places. It's a temperate rainforest that gets over 12 feet of rain annually. The vegetation is so thick you can barely walk through it without a machete, and most areas don't even have trails. The trees are massive, draped with moss, and everything stays damp and dark even in summer. It's beautiful but oppressive somehow. The first weird thing happened about 3 weeks after we arrived. I was doing paperwork alone in the station office around 6 in the evening. Everyone else had gone home for the day. I remember it was still light outside, one of those long summer evenings. Suddenly, I heard what sounded like someone screaming, not right next to the building, but not super far away either. It was definitely human, not an animal. I immediately grabbed my radio and ran outside, thinking a hiker was in trouble. I stood in the clearing, listening, but the screaming had stopped. I called out, walked the perimeter of our compound, and radioed my supervisor. He told me to note it in the log, but said it was probably just an elk or a cougar. They can sound eerily human sometimes. I tried to convince myself he was right, but deep down, I knew it wasn't an animal. I'd heard plenty of elk and cougars before. A few days later, it happened again. This time, Daniel was with me, dropping off dinner at the office while I finished my shift. We both heard it, a human scream coming from the forest. Daniel's face went white. We grabbed flashlights and walked toward where we thought it came from, but after about 20 yards, the vegetation became impenetrable. There was no way anyone could be walking through there, let alone running or hiking. We reported it again, but no hikers were missing, and no one had reported any emergencies. Then, things started getting weirder. About a week later, I was alone at the ranger station again, restocking pamphlets in the visitor area. Clear as day, I heard a high-pitched voice say, "Thank you." It sounded like it was coming from right behind the counter. I spun around, but no one was there. I searched the entire building, checked outside, looked under desks. Nothing. I told myself I'd imagined it. But then it happened to Daniel, too. We were cooking dinner in our unit when we both heard a voice say, "Again," from somewhere in our living room. We searched every inch of that tiny cabin. Nothing. Daniel suggested maybe we were picking up radio frequencies somehow through the appliances, but we both knew how ridiculous that sounded. The other rangers started experiencing things too. First, it was the dumpster area. The recycling and trash bins were kept in a small clearing about 50 yards from the main compound. Katie, one of the other seasonal rangers, came rushing into the office one morning, saying she'd seen someone crouching behind the bins. She described a tall, dark figure that seemed to be peeking around the side of the dumpster at her. When she called out, thinking it was one of us, it disappeared. Not ran away, disappeared. After that, nobody wanted to take out the trash alone. 3 other rangers reported seeing the same thing, a tall, dark figure that would peer out from behind objects and then vanish when approached. I saw it myself once when I was walking back from the maintenance shed. Just a glimpse of something tall and dark moving behind a tree. When I walked over, nothing was there, and there was nowhere it could have gone without me seeing it move away. My friend Jessica, who worked in visitor services, had the worst experience. Her housing unit was at the end of the row, closest to the forest edge. One night around 11, she was reading in bed when she saw a face glide past her window. Not walking, gliding, like it was on a skateboard or floating. She said it was pale and expressionless, and it looked directly at her as it passed. She was so terrified she ran to my unit in her pajamas and stayed the night with Daniel and me. By mid-July, we were all on edge. We'd started buddying up for everything. No one worked alone. No one walked anywhere on the compound alone after dark. My supervisor was getting annoyed with the mass hysteria, as he called it, but even he stopped dismissing us after what happened next. It was around 2 in the morning when Daniel and I both woke up simultaneously. Our bedroom was flooded with bright light. Not like moonlight or flashlights, but an intense white-blue light that illuminated everything. It was coming through our windows from outside. The light stayed for maybe 20 seconds, then vanished completely. We jumped out of bed and looked outside, but there was nothing but darkness and the silent forest. The next morning, we discovered gouges in the ground outside our window. 3 parallel lines about a foot long and 2 inches deep, like something with claws had dug into the earth. They weren't there the day before, I'm certain, because I'd been gardening in that exact spot. 2 nights later, Mark, our maintenance guy, was driving back to the compound around 11 at night after visiting friends in the nearest town. As he approached the housing units, he saw an orange ball of light hovering over Jessica's cabin. He stopped his truck and watched as the light made several loops over the building, then suddenly vanished the moment he started feeling afraid. That's how he described it. He said he was watching with curiosity until a wave of fear hit him, and at that exact second, the light disappeared. We had a staff meeting the next day where everyone shared their experiences. Even my supervisor admitted he'd been hearing the screams too, though he'd been keeping it to himself to avoid feeding into what he thought was just collective anxiety. We called park headquarters, and they sent out a senior ranger to investigate. He found nothing, no evidence of trespassers, no unusual animal activity, no explanation for the lights. The next few weeks were a blur of terror and exhaustion. None of us was sleeping well. The screams continued, sometimes multiple times a night. The voices became more frequent. Short phrases like, "Help me" and "Look here" would come from empty rooms or just behind us as we walked the paths between buildings. The shadow figure was seen nearly every night, always near the dumpsters or at the forest edge, always watching. The breaking point came in early August. I was closing up the visitor center alone, against all our new protocols, but we were short-staffed that day. As I was locking the main door, I felt something brush against my back. I turned around and saw nothing, but when I looked down at my arm, there were 3 red marks running from my shoulder to my elbow, like someone had dragged their fingers down my skin. They weren't deep enough to draw blood, but they stung like hell. I ran to my car and drove straight to our unit. When I got there, Daniel was sitting on the front steps looking dazed. He said he'd been taking a shower when the bathroom suddenly filled with that same intense light we'd seen before. It lasted almost a minute this time, and when it disappeared, he found a perfect handprint on the steamed-up mirror, much larger than a human hand, with fingers too long and thin. We packed our essential belongings that night and drove to the nearest motel. The next day, I requested an immediate transfer, citing unsafe working conditions. My supervisor didn't even argue. 4 other staff members left within the week. I finished the season at a different station on the coast, and Daniel stayed in a nearby town. We never went back to collect the rest of our things. The park service sent someone else to pack up our housing unit. It's been almost a year now. Daniel and I are still together, but we don't talk about what happened. Sometimes I wake up thinking I hear that voice saying "again" or "thank you." Daniel says he doesn't hear anything anymore, but I notice he always sleeps with a light on now. I still work for the park service, but I requested an urban assignment this year. I keep wondering if anyone new assigned to that outpost is experiencing the same things. I've thought about warning them somehow, but what would I even say? Watch out for the screaming voices and the shadow creature by the dumpsters? The worst part is not knowing what it was or why it targeted us. Was it something ancient in those woods? Some kind of collective hallucination? I've researched local legends and found mentions of dark watchers in the Olympic forests, spirits that observe humans who venture too deep into their territory. Native stories talk about stick Indians, forest beings that mimic human voices to lure people away from safety. Whatever it was, it changed me. I can't look at forests the same way anymore. When I'm hiking and the trees get thick enough to block the sun, I find myself listening for voices, scanning for shadows that move wrong. I don't know if I'll ever feel safe in the wilderness again, And sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I could swear I feel something brush against my arm, 3 light touches from shoulder to elbow, and I have to turn on every light in the house to convince myself I'm alone. Story 8. I've never written about this before. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened that night at Alex's parents' house. It's been 7 months, but I can still feel that weight on my shoulders when I think about it. I'm not the type of person who believes in supernatural stuff. I'm studying biology at the community college in Maplewood. I believe in science and facts, or at least I did. Alex and I have been friends since high school. We weren't super close, but we ran in the same circles. He was always a bit different. Quiet, kept to himself, but nice enough. After graduation, we both stayed in Maplewood while most of our friends left for bigger universities. We'd hang out occasionally, grab a beer, play video games. About 8 months ago, I noticed Alex had started to withdraw. He stopped responding to texts, missed our weekly hangouts at the Cornerstone Bar. When I finally did see him, I barely recognized him. He'd lost weight, had dark circles under his eyes, and his arms were covered in these thin red scratches. When I asked him about them, he just pulled his sleeves down and changed the subject. It wasn't until a couple weeks later that he called me at 3 in the morning, sobbing, barely able to get words out. All I could understand was, "It won't leave me alone, and please help me." I drove to his apartment that night, found him huddled in the corner of his bedroom, staring at his closet. He wouldn't look away from it. That's when he first told me about the man with no face and a top hat. He said he'd been seeing this thing since he was a teenager, said it started as shadows in his peripheral vision, then dreams, then full-on hallucinations. I thought he was having some kind of psychotic break. Then he showed me the shrine. In his closet, he'd set up this small altar thing, black candles, weird symbols drawn in what looked like charcoal, and a crude drawing of a tall, thin figure wearing what looked like an old-fashioned top hat. Alex explained that years ago he'd started praying to this entity because he thought it might give him power or knowledge or something. Typical teenage stuff, right? Except it didn't stop there. It answered, he told me, his voice flat. It answered, and now it won't leave. I convinced him to see a therapist, and for a while things seemed better. The scratches healed, he gained some weight back, started hanging out again. But then last February, everything went to shit. Alex called me on a Tuesday night. He sounded more scared than I'd ever heard him. He said the man was back, stronger than before, and he needed help. He wanted me to come to his place before we went to his parents' house. He said he couldn't stay in his apartment anymore. When I got there were like 8 or 9 other people crammed into his tiny living room. Some I recognized from high school, others I'd never seen before. One was Sarah, a girl we knew who was super religious, like carried a Bible everywhere religious. Alex had apparently called everyone he thought might be able to help. The moment I walked in, I felt wrong, like the air was too thick to breathe properly. Alex was pacing, stopping occasionally to stare at empty corners of the room. "He's watching," Alex kept saying. "He's right there, watching all of us." Nobody else seemed to see anything, but I swear to God, the moment Alex pointed to the corner near his kitchen, this pressure came down on my shoulders, like someone had dropped a heavy backpack on me, except the weight kept increasing. I actually stumbled a bit. Sarah suggested we all go to Alex's parents' house. They were out of town, and she thought a change of location might help. Plus, Alex said the man seemed weaker when he wasn't at his apartment. The drive to his parents' place was tense. Alex sat in my passenger seat, completely silent, occasionally flinching at nothing. When we got there, about 6 of us went inside. Me, Alex, Sarah, and 3 others. The rest decided this was too weird and bailed. Alex's parents' house was nice, suburban, well-kept, normal. But as soon as we walked in, Alex started shaking. He pointed down the hallway to what I assumed was his old bedroom. "It followed us," he whispered. "It's in there." Sarah took charge at that point. She had her Bible out and was quoting scripture, telling us to have faith. I was skeptical, but willing to try anything to help Alex. We walked down the hallway together, and when Alex opened his bedroom door, I immediately noticed a painting on the wall. It was hand-painted, looked like Jesus at first glance, but something was off about it. The proportions weren't right. The face was too long, the eyes too dark. Despite looking like a standard religious painting, it gave me an instant feeling of dread. "That's not Jesus," I said without thinking. Alex just nodded. "I painted it last year. I thought it was Jesus when I was doing it, but it's him. He made me paint him." Sarah started praying louder, telling whatever was in the room to leave in the name of Jesus. Alex was breathing heavily, pointing at his closet door, which was slightly ajar. "That's where I first made the shrine," he said, "back in high school. That's where he first came through. I don't know what possessed me. Poor choice of words, I know. But I started walking toward the closet. The pressure on my shoulders got heavier with each step, like gravity was increasing around me. I could hear Sarah behind me, still praying. The others were hanging back by the door. I reached for the closet door, my hand shaking. I remember thinking I'd just open it, show Alex there was nothing there, and we could get him some real help. Then, nothing. I mean, I have no memory of what happened next. 1 second I was reaching for the closet door, and the next I was on the opposite side of the room, my back pressed against Alex's dresser, about 7 or 8 feet away from where I'd been standing. At first, I thought I'd blacked out and walked over there, but everyone in the room was staring at me in horror. Sarah had stopped praying mid-sentence. "Dude," one of the guys said, "you just flew across the fucking room." I didn't believe him, couldn't believe him. But my body knew something had happened. My heart was racing, adrenaline pumping through me like I'd just been in a car crash. That fight-or-flight response was screaming at me to get out, but there was nothing physical to fight against. I tried to laugh it off, say I must have tripped or something. But then I noticed something on my shoulder. A bruise was forming in the shape of what looked like fingers. Like someone had grabbed me and thrown me. I'm not proud of what I did next. I ran. I muttered some excuse and got the hell out of that room, out of the house, and sat in my car with the engine running for a good 20 minutes before the others came out. Sarah was the last one to emerge. Her face was pale, and she had tears, actual tears, streaming down her cheeks. Not like she was crying, but like her eyes were just leaking. She wouldn't talk about what happened after I left, just kept saying she needed to go home and pray. Alex seemed calmer, though, almost resigned. He thanked everyone for coming, but said he would be okay now. I drove him back to his apartment in silence. Before he got out of my car, he turned to me. "I'm sorry you had to see that," he said. "I shouldn't have involved you." "Alex, you need help," I told him. "Real help, not whatever that was." He just smiled sadly. "There's no help for this. I've accepted that now." I tried to keep in touch with him after that night. For a few weeks he seemed better, started coming out again, seemed more like his old self. But then he started saying things that worried me, like how he'd accepted that this thing will be in his life, and had stopped trying to fight it. The last time I saw him, about a month ago, he seemed different. Not scared anymore, but not himself either. He was calm in a way that felt unnatural. When I asked about the man, he just said they'd come to an understanding. I still don't know what happened in that room. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I fainted and fell. Maybe there was some kind of group hysteria going on, but I know what I felt. That pressure, that sense of absolute dread. And I can't explain how I ended up across that room. I've been doing research since then, trying to figure out what kind of entity matches what Alex described. The closest I can find are accounts of shadow people, or the Hat Man, a specific type of shadow person that apparently lots of people have seen. Always wearing a hat, always watching from corners or doorways. I don't know if that's what was in Alex's room that night. I don't know if I believe in demons or ghosts or whatever. But I know something threw me across that room. Something I couldn't see, but could definitely feel. I haven't been back to Alex's place since, and I make excuses whenever he suggests hanging out. I feel guilty about it, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever was attached to him might notice me again, might remember me. Sometimes, when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I feel that same heaviness on my shoulders, just for a moment, just long enough to make me turn on all the lights and check the corners of my rooms, just long enough to make me wonder if it followed me home. Story 9. I've been debating whether to share this for years. It still makes my stomach knot up when I think about it, and I've only told a couple of close friends. But after seeing some similar experiences here, I figured maybe writing it out might help me process what happened that night in the mountains. I was 17, fresh out of high school, and so excited to start college that I'd moved to this tiny mountain town in August, a full month before classes started. My parents thought I was crazy, but I wanted time to explore before getting swamped with coursework. The town was gorgeous, all pine trees and crisp air, but so small you could walk from one end to the other in 20 minutes. My roommate Emily showed up a week after me. We hit it off immediately, both of us art majors, both from bigger cities, both totally clueless about living in a place where bears occasionally wandered through parking lots. For the first 2 weeks, we were inseparable, hiking trails and checking out the 2 coffee shops in town. Then Emily met Phil at the grocery store where he worked. He was 26, which should have been red flag number 1, lived with 2 other guys in a cabin outside town, and had this weird intensity that made me uncomfortable. Emily fell for him instantly. She'd never had a serious boyfriend before, and suddenly this older guy was paying attention to her, bringing her wildflowers, telling her she was different from other college girls. Our dorm room was tiny, basically 2 beds, 2 desks, and barely enough floor space to change clothes. But suddenly, Phil was always there. I'd come back from the library and find him sprawled across Emily's bed, or wake up at 2 in the morning to see him sitting at her desk, just watching her sleep. When I mentioned it made me uncomfortable, Emily got defensive and said I was being uptight. By the 3rd week of September, I was spending as much time away from our room as possible. I'd study in the common areas, go for long walks, anything to avoid being the awkward third wheel. So when Emily caught me on a Friday night and asked if I wanted to join her and Phil for dinner, I actually said yes. I was lonely, and I missed hanging out with her. "Phil's friend Dave is coming too," she added casually as we walked to the parking lot where Phil was waiting in his beat-up blue pickup truck. That's when I realized what was happening. "Wait, is this a double date?" I asked, stopping in my tracks. Emily gave me this pleading look. "Kind of. Dave's really nice, I promise. Phil says you 2 would hit it off." I should have turned around right then. But Emily looked so hopeful, and I was so desperate to salvage our friendship that I climbed into that truck. Phil was driving, Emily in the passenger seat, which left me in the back with Dave, a skinny guy with a patchy beard who immediately put his arm around my shoulders. "Phil's told me a lot about you," he said, his breath smelling like cigarettes and something sour. I scooted as far away as the seat allowed. That's when I noticed the shotgun on the floor of the truck, partially covered by an old blanket, but definitely a gun. My heart rate doubled, but nobody else seemed concerned, so I tried to act normal while mentally cataloging everything I knew about these guys, which was basically nothing. We drove to a wings place at the edge of town. Phil and Dave drank beers, while Emily giggled at everything Phil said. Dave kept accidentally brushing his hand against my leg under the table. I barely touched my food, making excuses about not feeling great. "That's okay," Phil said when we finished. "We're going somewhere that'll make you feel better. A little adventure." I expected we'd head back to campus, but Phil turned onto a dirt road, heading up into the mountains. The trees got thicker, blocking out what little daylight remained. My phone showed no service bars. "Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "There's this awesome park with a great view," Phil said, but something in the way he glanced at Dave in the rearview mirror made my skin crawl. We drove for about 20 minutes, the road getting rougher. Finally, Phil pulled over in a clearing. But there was no park, just an old abandoned house standing in a field of overgrown weeds. The place looked like it had partially burned at some point. The wooden structure was blackened and decaying on one side, windows cracked or missing entirely. The whole scene was bathed in the fading purple light of dusk. "What is this place?" Emily asked, her excitement finally faltering. "Local landmark," Phil said, cutting the engine. "It's haunted. Thought we could give you girls the ghost tour." Dave laughed, squeezing my shoulder. "Don't worry, I'll protect you if anything jumps out." The men got out first. I watched as Phil reached down and moved the blanket, exposing the shotgun fully. He didn't pick it up, just made sure we saw it. My mouth went dry. Emily followed them out, looking uncertain but still trusting. They all stood at the front of the truck, discussing how they'd get inside the house. But I couldn't move. I sat frozen, staring at the house, overwhelmed by a sense of dread so powerful I felt physically ill. That's when I saw it. Movement behind one of the upstairs windows, just a quick shift of something dark. I squinted, wondering if it was just shadows from the trees. Then I saw two red points of light, like eyes, glowing in the darkness of the house. As I watched, paralyzed, they blinked. I can't explain the feeling that washed over me. It was pure, primal fear, not of the eyes themselves, but of something immensely evil. Whatever was in that house radiated malevolence so strongly I could almost taste it, metallic and rotten in my mouth. "Sophia!" Emily called. "Come on!" I realized they were all staring at me, waiting. Phil looked impatient, Dave eager. I knew with absolute certainty that if I went into that house, something terrible would happen. Whether it was the entity with the red eyes, or the men with the shotgun, or both, I didn't know. But every instinct screamed danger. That's when I made a split-second decision that probably saved my life. I threw open the truck door, bent double, and vomited violently. I wasn't faking. The fear and dread had turned my stomach inside out. But I deliberately aimed for the floor of the truck, making sure to hit the shotgun. "What the fuck?" Phil shouted, rushing over. "Are you serious? That's my gun!" I kept retching, letting tears stream down my face. "I'm so sorry," I gasped between heaves. I think I have food poisoning from those wings." Dave backed away, disgusted. "Dude, I'm not dealing with this." Emily hurried to my side, genuinely concerned. "Phil, we need to get her back to campus. She needs a doctor." Phil was furious, his face contorted with rage as he looked between me and his vomit-covered weapon. For a moment I thought he might hit me, but then Dave said, "Let's just go, man. Night's ruined anyway." The drive back was tense and silent. I kept my eyes closed, pretending to be too sick to talk, but actually terrified of what might happen if they realized I wasn't as ill as I seemed. When we finally reached campus, Phil barely waited for us to get out before speeding away, tires squealing. Once in our room, I locked the door and turned to Emily. "What the hell was that?" I demanded. "What do you mean?" she said, but she wouldn't meet my eyes. "That wasn't a park, Emily. That was an abandoned house in the middle of nowhere with a freaking shotgun in the truck. Phil is 26. Why is he taking college freshmen to deserted buildings at night?" She got defensive, accused me of overreacting and embarrassing her, but I could see doubt in her eyes. We argued for hours. By morning, our friendship was effectively over. She moved out the following week, requesting a room change. The strange thing was, Phil never contacted her again. No calls, no texts. He quit his job at the grocery store, and when Emily finally worked up the courage to drive to his cabin with a mutual friend, the landlord said Phil and his roommates had moved out without notice. 3 years later, I was scrolling through Facebook when I saw Emily had posted something about trusting your instincts. I messaged her, curious, and she told me she'd recently discovered Phil was now on the sex offender registry in a neighboring state. We never fully reconciled, but she did thank me for that night, saying she'd eventually realized I might have saved her from becoming another victim. I still don't know what I saw in that window. Was it some kind of warning, something supernatural trying to alert me to the very human danger I was in? Or was it something malevolent itself, something that would have been far worse than whatever Phil and Dave had planned? All I know is that overwhelming sense of evil saved my life. Sometimes I still dream about those red eyes blinking at me from the darkness. In my dreams, I'm walking toward the house, unable to stop myself, while the eyes watch and wait. I always wake up before I reach the door. I've since learned to trust my gut feelings about people and places. They've never steered me wrong, but I've never felt anything as powerful as what I felt that night, staring at that abandoned house in the mountains, and honestly, I hope I never do again. Story 10. I still can't shake what happened last spring. I'm a film major at Portland Community College, and I took this video technology elective that ended up being way more than I bargained for. Our professor, Dr. Kaplan, was really into paranormal investigation stuff on the side, like professionally. He had all this fancy equipment and had been on a few of those ghost hunting shows as a consultant. Anyway, he offered extra credit for anyone willing to help with his personal research, and since I was barely passing the class, missed too many assignments working my part-time job, I jumped at the chance. There were 5 of us from class who showed up that night. Me, Tyler, Becky, Marcus, and Adrian. We met Dr. Kaplan at the Eastern Cemetery at around 11:30 at night. It's the oldest cemetery in Portland, dating back to like the 1700s or something. I'd driven past it a million times, but never actually been inside. Dr. Kaplan had special permission to be there after hours because of his research credentials, but I still felt super uncomfortable as we climbed over the small entrance gate with all our equipment. The cemetery was pitch black, except for our flashlights, and the April air had this damp chill that seemed to seep right through my jacket. "We're focusing on one specific plot tonight," Dr. Kaplan explained, as we followed him through the uneven rows of weathered tombstones. Some were so old you couldn't even read the inscriptions anymore. "I've had some interesting results here before." We arrived at this fenced-off family plot that looked way more elaborate than the others around it. In the center was this massive stone sarcophagus, like an actual stone coffin sitting above ground. It was surrounded by smaller, normal headstones, all with the same last name, Wentworth. The sarcophagus was massive, probably 7 feet long and 3 feet high, with this thick stone lid that must have weighed a ton. It had these intricate carvings all over it, and Latin inscriptions I couldn't understand. Dr. Kaplan said it belonged to some wealthy merchant who died in the 1850s. "Is it just me, or does it look like it's bullying the smaller graves?" Tyler whispered, and I knew exactly what he meant. The thing had this domineering presence, like it was lording over the smaller family members' headstones. Dr. Kaplan had us set up equipment all around the plot. Infrared cameras, electromagnetic field detectors, thermal imaging stuff, digital voice recorders. I was put in charge of setting up the main audio recorder, which was this professional-grade tape recorder with an external microphone on a stand. "Place it directly on top of the sarcophagus," Dr. Kaplan instructed. "The stone can act as a conductor for audio phenomena." I hesitated before climbing over the small wrought iron fence around the plot. It felt wrong stepping into someone's final resting place. The grass was overgrown around the graves, and I had to be careful not to trip as I approached the massive stone coffin. The sarcophagus was cold to the touch, way colder than the surrounding air. I placed the recorder on top, positioning the microphone so it hung slightly over the edge, right above where the head of the deceased would be. The whole time I was setting it up, my hands were shaking, not just from the cold, but from this overwhelming feeling of being watched. Once everything was set up, Dr. Kaplan had us spread out to other parts of the cemetery to set up additional equipment. I went with Tyler to place motion sensors near the cemetery entrance. We were about 50 yards from the Wentworth plot when Tyler stopped suddenly. "Dude, do you feel that?" he asked. "Feel what?" "It's like 20 degrees colder right here." He was right. We'd walked into what felt like a pocket of freezing air, despite it being around 50 degrees that night. Before we could investigate further, we saw flashlight beams by the entrance gate. "Shit, someone's coming," Tyler hissed. We ducked behind a tall headstone and watched as a police cruiser pulled up outside the cemetery gates. An officer got out and shined his flashlight through the bars. "Hello? Anyone in there?" the officer called out. We didn't move, but I could see panic on Dr. Kaplan's face across the cemetery. He quickly motioned for us all to pack up. Apparently his special permission wasn't as official as he'd claimed. Everyone scrambled to grab equipment. I ran back to the Wentworth plot to get the audio recorder. In my hurry, I accidentally knocked over the microphone stand. When I picked up the recorder, the microphone dragged across the stone lid of the sarcophagus, making this awful scraping sound. "Sorry," I whispered automatically, feeling stupid for apologizing to a grave. I shoved the recorder in my backpack, and we all met at the back of the cemetery, where we could climb over a lower section of the wall. We made it to our cars, just as the officer was entering the front gate. Dr. Kaplan, trying to salvage something from our aborted investigation, invited us back to his house to review whatever footage and audio we'd managed to capture. It was almost 1 in the morning by then, but none of us had classes the next day, so we agreed. His house was this old Victorian about 15 minutes from campus. The inside was packed with books on paranormal research and weird artifacts, animal skulls, old medical equipment, antique mirrors, the works. We set up in his dining room, connecting cameras to his laptop and downloading audio files. Since we'd only been in the cemetery for about 45 minutes before getting interrupted, there wasn't much to review. The thermal cameras showed some temperature fluctuations around the Wentworth plot, but nothing conclusive. The EMF readings were slightly elevated near the sarcophagus, but Dr. Kaplan said that could be from nearby power lines. By 3 a.m., we were all exhausted. Dr. Kaplan offered to let us crash at his place since it was so late. Tyler and Marcus took the couches in the living room. Becky and Adrian shared the guest room, and I ended up on an air mattress in Dr. Kaplan's office. I fell asleep almost immediately, surrounded by shelves of weird books with titles about communicating with the dead and ancient burial practices. The next thing I knew, I was being shaken awake. I opened my eyes to see Dr. Kaplan standing over me, his face pale. "Jacob, you need to hear this," he said, his voice tight. I checked my phone. It was 5:30 in the morning. I'd only been asleep for about 2 hours. Groggy and confused, I followed him back to the dining room where Tyler was already sitting, looking freaked out. "We were reviewing the audio while you were asleep," Dr. Kaplan explained, "and we found something on your recorder." He pressed play on his laptop, which was connected to external speakers. At first, it was just the ambient sounds of the cemetery, distant traffic, the occasional rustle of leaves, our footsteps as we set up equipment. I could hear my own voice explaining what I was doing as I positioned the recorder on the sarcophagus, then our movements as we spread out across the cemetery. Then came the sound of approaching footsteps. That would be me running back to get the recorder when we spotted the police officer. There was the clatter of the microphone stand falling over, then the horrible scraping sound as the microphone dragged across the stone lid. And then I heard it. Over the scraping noise, there was a voice. Not mine, not anyone's from our group. It was a deep, breathy whisper that elongated the word, "Okay." Then, immediately after, my own voice saying, "Sorry," followed by the sounds of me packing up the equipment. Dr. Kaplan stopped the playback. "Did you hear that?" he asked, staring at me intently. My whole body had gone cold. Play it again, I managed to say. He rewound and played the section again. The scraping sound, then that whispered, okay, then my sorry. That's not me, I said immediately. I didn't say okay, I said sorry. We know, Tyler said, his face serious. That's what's freaking us out. Dr. Kaplan leaned forward. At first, I thought maybe you were playing a trick, that you whispered it yourself when you picked up the recorder. I didn't, I insisted. I know you didn't, he said, because the microphone was being dragged across the stone when that voice was captured. You couldn't possibly have been whispering into it at that exact moment. The positioning makes it impossible. We listened to it several more times. Each time, that whispered, okay, made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't just what the voice said, it was how it said it, like it was responding to my apology before I even made it, or like it was giving me permission to take the recorder. Dr. Kaplan enhanced the audio, filtering out the scraping noise as much as possible. The voice became even clearer, distinctly male, elderly sounding, with this weird, echoing quality that didn't sound like it was made by human vocal cords. By the time everyone else woke up, we'd analyzed the audio dozens of times. Dr. Kaplan was ecstatic, calling it the clearest EVP, electronic voice phenomenon, he'd ever captured. The rest of us were just disturbed. I couldn't stop thinking about the sequence of events. The microphone dragged across the stone. The voice said, okay, and then I said, sorry. But the thing is, in my memory, I didn't hear anything when I was there. I only apologized out of this automatic respect for disturbing a grave. But something had heard me. Something had responded. We went back to the cemetery a week later, in daylight this time, with proper permission from the Historical Society. Dr. Kaplan wanted to learn more about the Wentworth family, particularly whoever was in that sarcophagus. We found out it belonged to Jeremiah Wentworth, a shipping magnate who'd been one of Portland's wealthiest citizens. According to the cemetery records, he'd had a reputation for being controlling and domineering in life, insisting on the elaborate sarcophagus and positioning his family members around him in death as he had in life. I haven't been back to that cemetery since. I passed the class, barely, and switched my focus to editing rather than field recording. Dr. Kaplan still reaches out occasionally, asking if I want to join other investigations, but I always find an excuse. It's been 6 months, and I still hear that voice in my dreams sometimes. That drawn-out okay that sounds like it's coming from lips that haven't spoken in over 150 years. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was radio interference. Maybe one of us did say something that got distorted by the equipment. Maybe it was just the wind. But deep down, I know what happened. Something or someone in that cemetery communicated with us that night. Something that was aware enough to respond to me disturbing its final resting place. And the worst part is, it sounded almost amused, like it was humoring me, like my little human apology was cute to whatever ancient thing was watching us stumble around its domain in the dark. I don't know what else was on that sarcophagus besides our recorder, but whatever it was listening. Story 11. I've been wanting to get this off my chest for a while now. Even typing this makes my hands shake a bit. It happened last winter, and I still can't explain it. My husband Mike and I bought this old house in Maplewood about 2 years ago. It's a beautiful neighborhood, quiet streets lined with maple trees that turn gorgeous shades of orange and red in the fall. Our house is, well, it's got character, 114 years of character to be exact. High ceilings, creaky wooden floors, those charming. Old windowsills that collect dust, no matter how often you clean them. We fell in love with it immediately, even though it needed some work. What we didn't really think much about when we bought it was the funeral home directly across the street. I mean, it's not like the place is spooky or anything. It's actually a well-maintained building with a neat little garden. During the day, it just looks like any other business. At night, though, when the lights are on and there's clearly work happening inside. I try not to think about it too much. Anyway, last January, we were having one of those brutally cold nights. The temperature had dropped to -35 degrees Celsius, and everything outside was completely still. You know how it gets when it's that cold. No animals moving around, no wind. Just this eerie silence, like the world is holding its breath. Our daughter Emma, who had just turned 2, had fallen asleep on the couch while we were watching some home renovation show. She looked so peaceful, wrapped up in her little unicorn blanket, her curly hair sticking out in all directions. Mike and I were exhausted. Raising a toddler while both working full-time jobs will do that to you. I think I'm gonna head up, I whispered to Mike around 11:30. I'm beat. He nodded, stretching his arms over his head. I'll be up in a minute. Just want to fill my water bottle. I kissed Emma's forehead gently, careful not to wake her. Mike and I had this unspoken agreement that whoever stayed downstairs last would carry her up to bed. I headed upstairs, the wooden steps creaking under my feet as they always did. Our bedroom was freezing, despite the heater running non-stop. I quickly changed into my warmest pajamas and slipped under the covers, scrolling through my phone as I waited for Mike to come up with Emma. The house was completely silent, except for the occasional pop from the old radiator in the corner. That's when I heard it. I can't even properly describe the sound. It was like, imagine the most terrifying scream you've ever heard in a horror movie, but louder and more real. It wasn't human, at least not entirely human. It had this demonic quality to it, starting low and then rising to this pitch that made every hair on my body stand on end. It seemed to come from downstairs, specifically from our living room. My entire body froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. The scream lasted maybe 5 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. When it finally stopped, I still couldn't move. My fingers were gripping my phone so tightly that my knuckles had turned white. A million thoughts raced through my mind. Emma, Mike, someone broke in. Something terrible was happening. But I was paralyzed with fear. With shaking hands, I managed to text Mike, "Did you hear that?" 3 dots appeared immediately, then his reply, "Yes, checking Emma." Those few seconds waiting for his next text were the longest of my life. I kept imagining the worst possible scenarios. Someone had broken in. Something had happened to Emma. Mike was in danger. I wanted to run downstairs, but my body wouldn't cooperate. My legs felt like they were made of lead. Finally, my phone buzzed again. "She's fine. Still asleep." What the hell was that? I forced myself to get out of bed, my legs wobbling beneath me. I crept to the top of the stairs, my hand gripping the banister so tightly my fingers hurt. "Mike!" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'm here," he replied from the bottom of the stairs. He was holding Emma, who was still sound asleep, against his shoulder. His face was pale, his eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" he asked again. I nodded, slowly making my way down the stairs. "What was it? Where did it come from?" "The living room," he said, glancing back toward the darkened doorway. "I was in the kitchen when I heard it. I thought it was Emma at first, but when I ran in, she was still asleep, didn't even stir." We stood there in the hallway, both of us afraid to go back into the living room. Emma sighed in her sleep, completely oblivious to the terror her parents were experiencing. "Maybe it was something outside," I suggested, though I knew it wasn't. The sound had definitely come from inside our house, from our living room. Mike shook his head. "Windows are all closed. It's freezing out there." And that didn't sound like any animal I've ever heard. I followed him upstairs, checking over my shoulder every few seconds, as if expecting to see something following us. We put Emma in her bed, tucked her in, and then retreated to our bedroom, closing the door firmly behind us. "What the hell was that?" Mike whispered once we were both in bed, the lights still on. Neither of us wanted to be in the dark right then. "I don't know," I replied, my voice still shaking. "It sounded Wrong. We stayed up for hours that night, talking in hushed voices, both of us listening intently for any other sounds. But the house remained silent, as if nothing had happened. When morning finally came, I was almost convinced I'd imagined the whole thing. Maybe it had been a nightmare, but one look at Mike's exhausted face told me it had been real. We'd both heard it. Over breakfast, while Emma happily munched on her cereal, completely unaware of the night's events, I mentioned something our neighbor Mrs. Thompson had told me when we first moved in. "Remember how Mrs. Thompson said this place was haunted?" I said quietly, making sure Emma wasn't listening. "I thought she was just being dramatic. You know how she is." Mike frowned, pouring himself his third cup of coffee. "You don't actually believe in ghosts, do you?" I didn't. Or at least, I hadn't before last night. But that scream, it wasn't something I could explain away easily. "I'm just saying, this house is really old, and we're right across from a funeral home. If any place was going to be haunted, it was probably just the house settling," Mike said, but I could tell he didn't believe that any more than I did. Houses don't settle with blood-curdling screams. After Mike left for work and I dropped Emma at daycare, I found myself standing in our living room, staring at the spot where the scream seemed to have originated. There was nothing there, just our coffee table, the couch, Emma's toys scattered across the floor. Everything was normal. And yet, something felt off, like the air itself was heavier somehow. I spent the day deep cleaning the house, as if I could somehow scrub away whatever had caused that sound. While dusting the bookshelves, I knocked over a small box that had been left by the previous owners. Inside was a bundle of sage and a note that simply read, "Just in case." A chill ran down my spine. I'd never smudged a house before, but I'd seen it done in movies. I looked up how to do it properly online and spent the afternoon walking through every room, letting the sage smoke fill each corner, each closet, each dark space where something might hide. I felt ridiculous doing it, but also desperate. That scream had shaken something deep inside me, awakened a primal fear I didn't know I had. As I was finishing up in the living room, our doorbell rang, making me jump so badly I nearly dropped the burning sage. It was Mrs. Thompson, with a plate of cookies for the little one. She noticed the sage immediately, her eyes widening slightly. "Cleansing the house?" she asked, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I hesitated, then nodded. "We heard something strange last night." Mrs. Thompson didn't seem surprised. "This house has history, dear. Been standing through 2 world wars, the Depression, all kinds of suffering. Old houses remember things." "What do you know about this house?" I asked, suddenly desperate for information. "You mentioned once that it was haunted?" She shrugged, her bony shoulders rising and falling beneath her cardigan. "Oh, just old stories. The family that lived here in the 1930s lost a child. Terrible accident. And then there was that man in the 70s, the one who—" She trailed off, glancing toward Emma's toys. "Well, some people are just troubled, aren't they? But don't you worry. Whatever energy is here, it's just passing through, like the souls across the street." She left soon after, leaving me with more questions than answers and a plate of cookies I wasn't sure I wanted to eat. That night, Mike and I were on edge. We put Emma to bed early, then sat in the living room, both pretending to watch TV while actually listening for any unusual sounds. The house creaked and groaned as it always did, but there were no screams, no unexplainable noises. "Maybe it was just a one-time thing," Mike suggested hopefully. I nodded, but I wasn't convinced. That scream had been too real, too present to be a random occurrence. It had felt intentional somehow, like someone or something wanted to be heard. We've lived in the house for another 8 months since that night. We haven't heard the scream again, but sometimes, especially when I'm home alone with Emma, I feel like we're being watched. There are cold spots in certain rooms that shouldn't be there. Emma sometimes talks to someone who isn't there, which I know can be normal for toddlers, but still gives me chills. Mike thinks I'm overreacting, that I've let Mrs. Thompson's stories get to me. Maybe he's right. Maybe that scream was just some freak acoustic phenomenon, some weird combination of the house settling and the extreme cold outside. But in my heart I know better. Whatever made that sound wasn't natural. And sometimes late at night when the house is quiet and I'm just about to fall asleep, I could swear I hear it again, just on the edge of my hearing, that same horrifying scream waiting to fully manifest once more. I don't know what's in our house. I don't know what caused that sound, but I do know one thing for certain. Whatever it was, it doesn't want us to forget it's there. Story 12. I've been debating whether to share this experience for months now. It's not that I'm afraid people won't believe me. Honestly, I don't care if you do or not. It's more that typing it out makes it real again, and I've been trying my hardest to convince myself it wasn't. But I can't stop thinking about it, so here goes. This happened last winter when my best friend Stacy fell on some ice and broke her arm pretty badly. She called me crying, saying she needed a ride to the hospital. I live about 15 minutes away from her place in this tiny Nebraska town called Millfield, one of those places where everyone knows everyone, with one stoplight and more corn than people. Our hospital isn't much to look at. It's a squat brick building from the 70s with a small ER that handles everything from heart attacks to kids with Legos up their noses. When we arrived, the waiting room was packed with people coughing and sneezing. Flu season was hitting us hard, but they took Stacy back pretty quickly since her bone was literally poking at her skin. I waited for about an hour, scrolling through my phone and trying not to make eye contact with the guy across from me who kept clearing his throat every 30 seconds. Eventually, a nurse told me I could go back to see Stacy. They'd given her some pain meds and were prepping her for surgery to set the bone. By the time I got back there, Stacy was loopy from whatever they'd given her, making ridiculous jokes about her floppy noodle arm. The nurse said the doctor would be in soon, and then they'd take her up to surgery, so I settled in to wait with her. After about 20 minutes of Stacy's drug-induced rambling, I really needed to use the bathroom. I asked a passing nurse where I could find one, and she pointed me toward the end of the hall. "That one might be occupied, though," she added. "If it is, there's another one if you go left down that corridor and then make your first right." I thanked her and headed toward the first bathroom, which was indeed occupied. I turned around and followed her directions, walking down this long, eerily quiet hallway. The hospital was old, and you could feel it. The walls were this pale yellow color that probably used to be white, with scuff marks along the bottom. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, one of them flickering slightly. As I turned the corner, I immediately noticed an elderly woman in a wheelchair about 20 feet ahead of me. The wheelchair was this powder blue color that stood out against the drab hallway. All I could see was the back of her, thin white hair cut in a bob, hunched shoulders under what looked like a hospital gown with a thin robe over it. She was facing a door, her arm outstretched, struggling to reach the handle. I immediately thought I should help her, but something stopped me. I can't explain it exactly. A feeling like someone had suddenly dropped an ice cube down my back. My body just froze up. The woman's hand kept fumbling with the door handle, and I noticed her fingers looked so thin, almost translucent under the harsh lighting. I stood there for maybe 5 seconds, debating whether to approach her. When she finally managed to grab hold of the handle, a nurse called out something from behind me. I didn't catch what, and I instinctively turned my head toward the sound. It was just for a split second. When I looked back, the woman was gone. Completely gone. The blue wheelchair, the elderly woman, vanished. The door she'd been trying to open was closed and still. I rushed forward, looking around in confusion. There was nowhere she could have gone. The hallway was long and straight, with no side exits or rooms she could have entered that quickly. And there's no way an elderly woman in a wheelchair could have moved that fast anyway. It had literally been 1 second. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. I actually rubbed my eyes like in some cartoon, half expecting her to reappear. But the hallway remained empty. I hurried to the bathroom, suddenly desperate to be around other people. My hands were shaking as I washed them, and I stared at my pale face in the mirror. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe she'd managed to get into the room after all. Maybe I just hadn't seen properly. When I got back to Stacy's curtained area, a different nurse was checking her IV. After she left, I hesitated, but then decided to mention what I'd seen. Hey, there was an elderly woman in a blue wheelchair in the hallway near the bathrooms. She seemed to be having trouble getting into a room. Should I tell someone? The nurse who had been walking out stopped dead in her tracks. She turned around slowly, and I swear all the color drained from her face. "Where exactly did you see her?" she asked, her voice suddenly tight. I described the hallway and the specific door, and the nurse exchanged a look with another staff member who was walking by. "That's Mrs. Carson's room," the other nurse said quietly. "Who's Mrs. Carson?" I asked, feeling increasingly uneasy about their reaction. The first nurse sighed and came back into the room, pulling the curtain closed behind her. "Mrs. Carson was a patient here about 7 years ago. Elderly woman, terminal cancer. She passed away in that room." I felt a chill run through me. "Okay, but that doesn't explain—" "In a blue wheelchair," she added, cutting me off. She always insisted on using her own wheelchair. She hated the hospital ones. It was powder blue. Her son had bought it for her. My mouth went dry. "That's impossible. I just saw her." The nurse, her name tag said Karen, nodded slowly. "You're not the first. We call her our resident ghost. Most of the staff have seen her at one point or another." I laughed nervously, thinking they were messing with me because I was an outsider. "Come on, seriously?" But Karen wasn't smiling. "I've worked here 12 years. I took care of Mrs. Carson when she was alive. First time I saw her after she passed, I nearly quit on the spot. It was about a month after her funeral. Same blue wheelchair, same spot, trying to get into her old room." By this point, my skin was crawling. "But why would she—" "She was waiting for her son," the other nurse interjected. She had stepped into the curtained area now, too. "He lived out of state, Colorado, I think. He was supposed to come see her that weekend, but she took a turn for the worse faster than anyone expected. She kept asking for him right up until the end, but he didn't make it in time." Karen nodded. "We think she's still waiting for him, always at that door. Sometimes she's there for just a second. Sometimes people have seen her sitting in the hallway for minutes at a time." I felt sick. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or any of that supernatural stuff. I've always thought people who claimed to see spirits were either looking for attention or had some psychological issues. But what I saw was real. That blue wheelchair, the thin white hair, the frail arm reaching for the door handle. It was all so vivid, so physical. "Has anyone ever talked to her?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Both nurses shook their heads. "Most people just glimpse her," Karen explained. "By the time anyone gets close, she's gone, just like you described." Word must have spread among the staff that another person had seen Mrs. Carson, because over the next few hours, while Stacy was in surgery, 3 different hospital employees came by to ask me about what I'd seen. An orderly, an older doctor, and even the cafeteria lady who brought me a free coffee for my nerves. Each of them had their own Mrs. Carson story. The orderly had seen her late one night when he was mopping floors. The doctor had dismissed the stories for years until he saw her himself during a night shift. The cafeteria lady claimed the ghost had followed her into the elevator once, only to disappear when the doors opened. What struck me most was how matter-of-fact they all were about it. This wasn't some campfire ghost story to them. It was just an accepted part of working at Millfield Community Hospital. "Third floor is always cold by the nurses' station," the cafeteria lady told me. Mrs. Carson is always by room 217, just how it is. I kept replaying the moment in my head, that feeling that had stopped me from approaching her. It wasn't exactly fear, it was more like recognition. Like some primal part of my brain knew instantly that what I was seeing wasn't quite right, wasn't quite alive. When Stacy finally came out of surgery, I was grateful for the distraction. She was groggy and confused, asking the same questions over and over. I didn't tell her about Mrs. Carson. What would be the point? She was dealing with enough already. It's been 8 months now, and I've avoided going back to that hospital. Stacy had her follow-up appointments, but I always made excuses not to drive her. I can't face that hallway again. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't just that I saw a ghost. It's the sadness of it all. That old woman waiting endlessly for her son who never came, trapped in that moment of anticipation and disappointment. Sometimes I wonder if her son ever visited her grave after she died. If he knows that his mother is still waiting for him, wheelchair pointed at a door that won't open, reaching for a handle she can never quite grasp. I don't know what I believe anymore, but I know what I saw that day in that quiet hallway. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see that blue wheelchair, that outstretched hand, forever stuck in that moment of hope that someone is finally coming. Story 13. I still remember that day like it was yesterday, even though I was only 6 years old. Some memories just stick with you, you know, especially when they're about something you can't explain. I've never really told this story to many people outside my family because I know how it sounds. But I need to get it off my chest, and maybe some of you have experienced something similar. My papa was my hero. He was this tall, gentle man with these massive hands that could fix anything. He always smelled like coffee and Old Spice, and he'd let me sit on his lap while he explained how engines worked or showed me how to bait a fishing hook. I didn't understand most of it, but I loved listening to his deep, rumbly voice. Papa had been sick for a long time. Kidney failure, my mum explained to me once. I remember visiting him at the hospital for his dialysis treatments. I didn't understand what all those machines did, but I knew they were keeping him alive. The dialysis room was always cold, with this weird antiseptic smell that burned my nose. There were other patients there too, all hooked up to machines that whirred and beeped. Some of them looked so tired, just like my papa. I remember overhearing my mom and Grammy arguing with Papa one night. They were in the kitchen, and I was supposed to be asleep, but I had snuck downstairs for a glass of water. Papa's voice was weak, but determined. "I'm done with it, Margaret," he told my grandmother. "I can't do these treatments anymore. It's no way to live." My mom was crying. "Dad, please, we need you here." "The doctor said you could have years more if you just stick with it," Grammy added, her voice shaking. But Papa was adamant. "I've made my decision. I want whatever time I have left to be on my terms." I didn't fully understand what was happening then, but I knew something serious was going on. A week later, Papa stopped his treatments. 2 weeks after that, he was gone. The day Papa died was weird. It was like all the air had been sucked out of the world. Mom got the call from the hospital early, in the morning. I remember her face crumpling as she hung up the phone. She didn't have to say anything, I just knew. We all moved into Grammy's house after that. Mom said it was to help Grammy, but I think they were helping each other. The house felt different without Papa there, quieter, empty spaces where his laughter should have been. It was a Thursday in April when it happened. The sky was this perfect clear blue, and there was still a chill in the air. Grammy's house always smelled like cinnamon and furniture polish. That day, it also smelled like the casseroles people had been bringing over all week. My little sister Lily was only 3 at the time. She was this tiny thing with wild curly hair that was impossible to tame. She didn't really understand what had happened to Papa. She kept asking when he was coming back, and every time she did, Mom would have to leave the room. That morning, we were all in Grammy's living room. Mom was sorting through old photo albums, occasionally wiping her eyes with a tissue. Grammy was in her recliner, just staring out at nothing. I was on the floor coloring, trying to be extra quiet because the whole house felt like a library. Lily had been playing with her blocks, but I noticed she had wandered over to the big bay window that looked out onto the driveway. The blinds were mostly closed, with just a little bit of light filtering through the slats. At first I didn't think anything of it. Lily was always curious, always getting into things. But then I realized she had been standing there for a really long time, perfectly still, which was super weird for her. She was pressed right up against the window, peering through the gap in the blinds, completely focused on something outside. Grammy noticed too. "Lily Bean, come away from there," she called softly. "Come help Grammy sort these photos." But Lily didn't move. She didn't even react. It was like she couldn't hear us. "Lily," Grammy said again, a little louder this time. "Come on, sweetie." Nothing. Lily just kept staring out the window, transfixed. I remember getting this weird feeling in my stomach. Not exactly scared, but unsettled. Like when you're watching a scary movie and you know something is about to happen. Grammy sighed and got up from her chair. Her knees always made this crackling sound when she stood up, and she winced a little as she walked over to Lily. "Come on now, honey," she said, reaching for Lily's hand. "Let's..." That's when Lily turned and looked up at Grammy. Her face was completely calm, but her eyes were wide and serious in a way that 3-year-olds usually aren't. "Gram," she said in her little voice, "Papa's working on your truck." The room went absolutely silent. Mom dropped the photo album she was holding, and it hit the floor with a loud thud that made me jump. Grammy's face went white, like ghost white. For a second, I thought she might faint. "What did you say?" she whispered. Lily just pointed out the window. "Papa's fixing your truck. He has his tools." Grammy's hands were shaking as she reached for the blinds. In one quick motion, she ripped them open. There was nothing there, just Grammy's old blue pickup truck sitting in the driveway, the same as always. No Papa, no tools, nothing unusual at all. But here's the thing. Grammy's truck had been having problems. The engine was making this weird knocking sound, and sometimes it wouldn't start at all. Papa had been planning to fix it the weekend before he went into the hospital for the last time, but he never got around to it. And the really scary part, nobody had told Lily about the truck problems. Nobody had mentioned it around her at all. Grammy and Papa had only discussed it between themselves, and maybe with Mom, but definitely not in front of us kids. Grammy slowly sank down to her knees beside Lily, not taking her eyes off the truck outside. "Honey," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "what did Papa look like? What was he doing?" Lily, in that matter-of-fact way that little kids have, said, "He was under the truck. He had his red toolbox, the one with the shiny handle." Then she went back to her blocks like nothing had happened, like she hadn't just said something impossible. Papa did have a red toolbox with a chrome handle. It was his pride and joy, this vintage craftsman set that his own father had given him. It was always kept in the garage, and I don't think Lily had ever even seen it. Mum was crying again, but it was different this time. Not the sad crying from before, but something else. She and Grammy just looked at each other, having some kind of silent conversation with their eyes. I remember feeling cold all over, even though the house was warm. I wanted to run to the window and look for myself, to see if maybe Lily could see something that the rest of us couldn't. But I was too scared to move. Later that afternoon, Grammy went out to the truck. I watched from the kitchen window as she opened the hood and just stood there for a long time staring at the engine. Then she got in and turned the key. The truck started right up. No knocking sound, no problems at all. That night, after Lily was asleep, I heard Mom and Grammy talking in hushed voices in the kitchen. "There's no way she could have known," Mom was saying. "She's 3 years old. She doesn't know anything about cars or toolboxes." "John always said he'd look after us," Grammy replied, her voice shaky. "I guess he meant it." I laid awake for hours that night, staring at the ceiling, wondering if Papa was still around, watching over us. I wondered if he was in the room with me right then. The thought should have been scary, but it wasn't. It was comforting somehow. Over the next few weeks, other strange things happened. The wind chimes on Grammy's porch would suddenly start jingling on completely still days. The radio in the kitchen would sometimes switch to Papa's favorite country station all by itself. Once, I swear, I smelled his Old Spice cologne in the hallway, so strong it was like he had just walked past. But nothing was as convincing as what happened with Lily and the truck. There was simply no explanation for how she could have known about the truck problems or Papa's toolbox. I'm 28 now. Grammy passed away 5 years ago, and the house was sold to a young family. Mom still lives in Willowdale, just a few blocks from our old neighborhood. Lily doesn't remember any of it. She was too young when it happened, but she's always been strangely comfortable with the idea of death, like she understands something the rest of us don't. As for me, I've never had another experience like that day by the window, but I've never forgotten it either. Sometimes I dream about Papa, and in the dreams, he's always fixing something, a clock, a door hinge, a toy, always with those big, capable hands. I don't know what happens when we die. I don't know if there's a heaven or if spirits can come back to visit, but I do know what I saw that day. I know what Lily said. And I know that the truck that had been broken for weeks suddenly worked perfectly after she saw Papa working on it. Some people might say it was just a coincidence, that Lily overheard something and made it up, that the truck issue resolved itself. Maybe they're right, but I don't think so. I think Papa came back to finish what he'd promised to do. I think he wanted Grammy to know he was okay, and that he was still looking out for her, even from the other side. And sometimes, on quiet nights when I'm alone, I whisper to him, just in case he's still listening, just in case he's still around, watching over all of us with those kind eyes and those big, gentle hands that could fix anything, even from beyond the grave. I've never been able to explain what happened that day, and honestly, I don't want to. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some comfort is better left unquestioned. Story 14. I still get a sick feeling in my stomach when I think about what happened last year during my junior year at Westlake. I'm 18 now, but I was 17 then. I've tried telling a few people about it, but everyone just thinks I imagined it or was tired and seeing things. I know what I saw, though. I know what I felt. I know it was real. I was part of the drama club at Westlake High School. Not as an actress, I've never been comfortable on stage. But I was good with the technical stuff. Lighting, sound, set design, all that behind-the-scenes work that makes a production actually happen. I loved being backstage during performances, making sure everything ran smoothly while the actors did their thing. Our school auditorium is in the basement level of the main building. It's this old space with high ceilings but no windows, and it always feels kind of damp and cold, even in the summer. There's always been rumors about it being haunted. Most schools have those stories, right? But at Westlake, even the teachers wouldn't stay there alone after hours. The stage itself has this weird layout. There's this massive plywood wall built behind the main curtain that creates this long, narrow hallway behind the stage. It's basically a corridor that lets actors move from one side of the stage to the other without being seen by the audience. In the middle of that wall, there's this makeshift door that actors use to enter center stage. The only actual exit from this backstage area is on the far right side, and it leads out to the main school hallway. The whole setup is pretty creepy on a normal day, but after hours, when most of the lights are off, it's straight up terrifying. This happened after our spring production of The Crucible. We just finished our final performance on a Friday night. It was around 10:30, and most people had already cleared out. The cast had gone to some after party at Emma's house, but I'd volunteered. to stay and help Mr. Peterson, our drama teacher, clean up some of the props and set pieces. After about an hour, even Mr. Peterson left. He asked if I was okay finishing up on my own, and I said yes, even though the thought of being alone in that auditorium made my skin crawl. But I only had a few more things to put away, and I figured it would take maybe 15 minutes tops. "Just make sure you turn off all the lights when you leave," he told me before heading out, "and lock the side door behind you." Once he left, the silence was immediate and heavy. I could hear the hum of the emergency exit signs and the occasional creak from the old building settling. The main house lights in the audience area were still on, but they were dimmed to like 20% brightness, just enough to see by. The stage itself was mostly dark, except for one work light that cast these long, weird shadows everywhere. I had to put away some of the bigger props in our storage closet, which was accessible through that backstage hallway I mentioned, so I grabbed this wooden chair and headed back there. The backstage hallway is about 30 feet long and maybe 4 feet wide. The plywood wall stands about 12 feet high, and behind it, the actual back wall of the auditorium rises up another 15 feet to the ceiling. There are these metal ladders against the back wall that the tech crew uses to adjust lights and stuff. Normally, when the blue stage lights are on during a show, they create these cool reflections and shadows up near the ceiling. But that night, with just the work light on, everything back there was just various shades of darkness. I walked through the makeshift door into that hallway, chair in hand, feeling my way along more than actually seeing where I was going. The storage closet was all the way at the end, near the exit door to the school hallway. As I made my way down the corridor, I felt this sudden drop in temperature. It was already cool in the auditorium. It always is, but this was different. This was like walking into a freezer. I remember stopping for a second, thinking maybe someone had left a door open somewhere and the night air was getting in. That's when I glanced up toward those ladders against the back wall, and that's when I saw it. At first, I thought someone was standing on one of the higher rungs of the ladder. I could make out what looked like a human figure, but it was tall, way too tall, like impossibly tall. It had to be at least 9 feet high, and it wasn't on the ladder. It was just there between the wall and the ceiling. My first thought was that someone from the basketball team was playing a prank. They're always messing around in the auditorium, trying to scare the drama kids. "Anyone there?" I called out, trying to sound annoyed rather than scared. My voice echoed slightly in the narrow space. The figure turned toward me. It wasn't a person. It wasn't anything I can properly explain. It was like a cutout of darkness, a human-shaped hole in reality. It had no features I could make out. No clothes, no hair. Just this black silhouette that seemed to absorb what little light there was rather than reflect it. And it was looking at me. I don't know how I knew that, since it didn't have eyes I could see, but I felt its attention shift to me with such intensity that my whole body went cold. But the weirdest part, it seemed surprised, like it hadn't expected me to be there, like I had caught it doing something it shouldn't be doing. There was this feeling, this immediate visceral understanding between us, that it had been waiting for someone else. I got this overwhelming sense of malicious intent from it, but not directed at me specifically. More like I had interrupted it while it was setting up an ambush for someone else. It gave off this energy of being annoyed and startled by my presence. For just a split second, we both just stood there, me with a wooden chair in my hands, frozen in shock. And this thing, this darkness in human form, equally surprised by our encounter. Then the terror hit me. I dropped the chair. It clattered loudly on the concrete floor, the sound echoing in the narrow space. I screamed, not a movie scream, but this pathetic, choked sound that caught in my throat. My entire body went into panic mode. I turned so fast, I slammed my shoulder into the plywood wall, and I just ran. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I burst through that center stage door, tripping over my own feet, and stumbled out into the dimly lit stage. The audience area lights seemed impossibly bright after the darkness of that hallway. I kept running until I reached the steps leading down from the stage to the seating area, and that's when I finally turned around. Nothing had followed me. The center stage door stood open, showing just darkness beyond. I stood there, breathing so hard I thought I might pass out, waiting for that thing to come through the door after me. But it didn't. The auditorium was completely silent, except for the sound of my own panicked breathing. I should have left right then. Any rational person would have. But I suddenly remembered that the only way out of the auditorium was through that exit door at the end of the backstage hallway, the hallway where that thing was. There was another exit through the back of the audience area, but those doors were always locked from the inside after hours as a security measure. My only option was to go back through that hallway or stay in the auditorium all night. I stood there for what felt like forever, trying to convince myself I had imagined it. Maybe it was just shadows from the ladders. Maybe my tired brain had created a pattern where there wasn't one. But I knew better. I knew what I had seen. Eventually, I gathered every ounce of courage I had and crept to the edge of the stage, peering into the darkness of the backstage area. I couldn't see anything unusual, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded small and scared. No response. I took out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam seemed pathetically weak against the darkness, but it was better than nothing. Slowly, I approached the center door again, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I shined the light through the doorway, sweeping it across the backstage hallway. Nothing. Just the wooden chair I had dropped, lying on its side on the floor. I took a deep breath and stepped through, keeping my back to the plywood wall, inching my way toward the exit door. My flashlight beam darted everywhere, searching for any sign of that figure. The emergency exit sign above the door at the end of the hallway glowed red, seeming impossibly far away. Each step I took felt like it might be my last. The cold was still there, seeping through my clothes. I kept looking up, checking the space near the ceiling where I'd seen it, but there was nothing there now, just darkness. About halfway down the hallway, I spotted the wooden chair I'd dropped. I had to step over it to continue. As I did, I swear I felt something brush against the back of my neck. Not quite a touch, more like the displacement of air when someone moves close behind you. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. Just the empty hallway stretching back toward the center stage door. I ran the rest of the way to the exit. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the handle. When I finally pushed through into the fluorescent-lit school hallway, I almost cried with relief. I didn't bother turning off the auditorium lights. I didn't bother locking up. I just ran through the school hallways, up the stairs from the basement level, out to the parking lot where my car was the only one left. The next day, I got a text from Mr. Peterson asking why I'd left the lights on and the doors unlocked. I made up some excuse about feeling sick and having to leave in a hurry. I couldn't bring myself to tell him what really happened. I've only been back to the auditorium during school hours since then, and never alone. I still help with productions, but I always make sure there are other people around. I've never seen that figure again, but sometimes, when I'm in that backstage hallway, I feel cold spots that shouldn't be there, and I get this overwhelming sense of being watched. The thing that still haunts me the most isn't just what I saw. It's what I felt in that moment. That entity wasn't there for me. I wasn't its target. I had stumbled upon it while it was waiting for someone else, and it was just as surprised to see me as I was to see it. Somehow that makes it even more terrifying, because whatever that thing was, whatever it was planning to do that night, I interrupted it. And I can't shake the feeling that it's still there, waiting in the darkness, biding its time until it finds whoever it was looking for. I don't know if anyone will believe this story. I barely believe it myself sometimes. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that something is lurking in the darkness of that backstage hallway, something that doesn't belong in our world, something that waits. Story 15. I've never been able to talk about this before, but it's been 6 years now, and I can't keep this bottled up anymore. I need to share what happened that Halloween night in 2017, even if most people will think I'm making it up. I've always been sensitive to weird stuff. Growing up, I'd see shadows moving when nothing was there, hear whispers when I was alone, that kind of thing. Nothing too extreme, just enough to make me believe there's more to this world than what we can normally perceive. But what happened that Halloween completely changed my understanding of everything. So my online gaming group had been planning to meet up in person for the first time. We'd been playing together for years, but never actually met face to face. We found this nice Airbnb about 2 hours from where I live, and everyone agreed to meet there for Halloween weekend. There were 7 of us in total, including my girlfriend Sarah, who didn't really game with us, but wanted to come along. The house was this older 3-bedroom place in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing creepy about it at all. Just a normal suburban home with some dated furniture and that distinct someone else's house smell. We spent most of the day just hanging out, finally putting faces to the voices we'd been hearing through headsets all these years. That night, we all got into our costumes and went to this local Halloween party. I went as a half-assed version of the Joker, just some face paint and a purple jacket I found at Goodwill. Sarah was Harley Quinn, and the rest of the group had various costumes ranging from elaborate to barely trying. We drank, danced, and had a great time. It felt surreal finally meeting these people I'd spent hundreds of hours gaming with. We got back to the Airbnb around 2 in the morning. Most of the group was pretty drunk and headed straight to bed. Only Sarah, my friend Vanessa, and I were still awake and sober enough to function. We were sitting in the living room, still buzzing from the night, when I remembered something I'd packed. "I brought my Ouija board," I said. I'd owned it for years, but never had any success with it. Despite all my experiences with the paranormal, I'd never actually gotten a Ouija board to do anything. Part of me was skeptical about them, thinking they were probably just ideomotor responses or whatever. Sarah rolled her eyes. "Seriously, you want to mess with that now?" Vanessa seemed intrigued, though. "I've never used one before. How does it work?" I went to my bag and pulled out the board and planchette. It was just a standard Hasbro board, nothing special or antique. I'd bought it at a toy store years ago. "We should do this in the dining room," I said. "It has a better table." We set up in the dining room, which was connected to the kitchen. It was this small area with a wooden table and 4 chairs. The only light came from the kitchen, casting this dim yellow glow over everything. Perfect atmosphere, honestly. I explained the rules to Vanessa, how we all needed to touch the planchette lightly, how we should be respectful, and how we absolutely had to say goodbye at the end. Sarah had done this with me before and seemed bored but went along with it. "We should probably light a candle or something," Vanessa suggested. Sarah found a small decorative candle in the living room and lit it, placing it on the table next to the board. We all sat around the table and placed our fingers lightly on the planchette. I started with the standard questions. "Is there anyone here with us who would like to communicate?" Nothing happened. The planchette just sat there. "We mean no disrespect. We're just curious if there's anyone who wants to talk." Still nothing. We continued like this for about 20 minutes, asking various questions and getting absolutely no response. Sarah was getting visibly annoyed, and I could tell she was ready to call it quits. "This is stupid," she muttered. "It never works anyway." I was feeling a bit frustrated too. Despite all my weird experiences, I couldn't get a simple board game to work. And that's when I made the biggest mistake of my life. I decided to mentally challenge whatever might be out there. I closed my eyes, and in my head, I said something like, "If there's anything listening, I'm right here. I'm opening myself up. Show me you're real." I've always imagined that I have this protective bubble around me, a mental shield of sorts. In that moment, I deliberately lowered it. I opened myself up completely. The response was instantaneous. It felt like someone had dropped a rock into a still pond, and I was feeling the ripples spread out, but it wasn't physical, it was mental. The air in the room suddenly felt heavier, denser. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees in seconds. My eyes shot open, and I looked at Sarah and Vanessa. Their expressions told me they felt it too. This wasn't just in my head. "Did you feel that?" Vanessa whispered. Sarah nodded, her eyes wide. "What did you do?" I asked it to come," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. And then I felt it, something touching my mind. It's so hard to explain this sensation to someone who hasn't experienced it. It wasn't like hearing a voice or seeing something. It was like something dipped a tendril directly into my consciousness. The presence was overwhelming. It didn't feel like a single entity. It felt like an army, like a dimension of energy condensed into a point that was now touching my mind. It was ancient and powerful in a way that made me feel like an ant looking up at a skyscraper. In my mind, letter by letter, I perceived a name, Abaddon. I'd never heard this name before. I had no idea what it meant, but I knew with absolute certainty that this was what was communicating with me. Vanessa must have sensed something because she asked out loud, "What's your name?" The planchette started to move, slowly at first, then with more purpose. It went to A, then B, then A, then D. Tears were streaming down my face by this point. "Abaddon," I said before the planchette could finish. Both women stared at me. "It told me its name," I whispered, in my head, just seconds before you asked. Sarah's face went pale. "How is that possible?" I couldn't answer. The presence was growing stronger, filling the room like a thick fog. I could barely breathe. It felt like something was pressing against my chest from the inside. "We need to say goodbye," I managed to say. My hands were trembling so badly I could barely keep them on the planchette. We moved the planchette to goodbye, but the heaviness didn't lift. If anything, it intensified. "I don't feel right," I said as we stood up from the table. "Something's wrong." We moved to the kitchen, and I leaned against the counter, trying to catch my breath. I was shaking uncontrollably, and my chest felt like it was being compressed. Sarah put her hand on my arm and immediately pulled back. "You're freezing," she said, her voice rising in panic. She looked into my eyes and took a step back. "It's still with you," she whispered. I don't know how she knew, but she was right. I could feel it inside me, coiled like a snake around my thoughts. It wasn't hostile exactly, but it was curious, invasive, like it was examining me from the inside out. "We need to go back to the board," Sarah said firmly. "We need to make it leave properly." We returned to the table. The candle was still burning, casting long shadows across the board. My hands were shaking so badly that Sarah and Vanessa had to guide them onto the planchette. What happened next was completely improvised. Sarah started speaking in a commanding voice I'd never heard from her before. "You are not welcome in him," she said. "You need to leave now. Go back to where you came from." I felt a surge of energy through my body, like electricity running from my core out through my fingertips. The planchette started moving in circles, faster and faster. "I command you to leave him," Sarah continued, her voice growing stronger. "Leave this place. You don't belong here." The pressure in my chest intensified to the point where I thought I might pass out. Then suddenly, it shifted. It felt like something was flowing out of me, through my hands, into the planchette. Both Sarah and Vanessa gasped and started shaking. Their hands were still touching mine on the planchette. "It's going through you into us," Vanessa said through chattering teeth. The planchette shot to goodbye with such force that it nearly flew off the board. And just like that, the pressure was gone. The heaviness lifted. I felt lighter, warmer, We all sat there in stunned silence for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Finally, Sarah blew out the candle and packed up the board. "Are you okay?" she asked me. I nodded, but I wasn't sure if I was. I felt hollow, like something had been scooped out of me. None of us slept that night. We sat in the living room with all the lights on, talking in hushed voices, trying to make sense of what had happened. When the others woke up the next morning, we didn't tell them anything. How could we explain it? The next day, I looked up the name Abaddon on my phone. What I found chilled me to the bone. In biblical terms, Abaddon refers to both a place of destruction and an angel of the abyss, a bottomless pit associated with Sheol, the realm of the dead. Some translations call it the destroyer or the angel of death. It's been 6 years, and I still think about that night constantly. I threw away the Ouija board as soon as I got home. I've never touched one since and never will again. Sometimes, especially when I'm alone at night, I feel like I'm being watched, like something is waiting just out of sight. I've tried to convince myself it was all just some kind of mass hysteria or suggestion, but deep down, I know what happened was real. Sarah and I broke up a few months after that night. We never really talked about what happened, but I think it changed something between us. Vanessa and I still keep in touch, but we've made an unspoken agreement never to discuss that Halloween night. I don't know what Abaddon wanted from me, or why it came when I called, but I do know that there are things in this world, or beyond it, that we aren't meant to understand. There are doors that, once opened, can never truly be closed again. I'm not telling you this to scare you. I'm telling you because I need someone else to know, and because I want to warn you, be careful what you invite in. Some things are listening, waiting for an invitation, and once they're in, they might never truly leave. Story 16. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. It still feels surreal typing it out, but I need to share what happened to me because I can't explain it, and honestly, I miss her. It all started when I was 13. I was staying at my Mimi's house for the weekend, something I did pretty regularly. Her house always had this weird vibe to it, nothing scary, just different. Mimi would mention stuff sometimes, footsteps when nobody was home, knocking on walls, whispers in empty rooms. I never paid much attention because, well, grandmas say weird stuff sometimes, right? That night I was sleeping on the couch in the living room. The TV was off, the house was quiet, and everyone was asleep. I don't know what time it was, but it was definitely the middle of the night when I heard this loud thump from the kitchen. I opened my eyes but didn't move. You know that feeling when you're half asleep and not sure if you actually heard something? That was me. Then it happened again. Thump, like someone dropped something heavy on the counter. I propped myself up on my elbows and stared into the kitchen. The only light was from this little nightlight Mimi kept plugged in by the sink, so everything was dim and shadowy. I was about to lie back down when I saw it. A solid black figure, maybe 4 feet tall, darted from the kitchen and ran down the hallway toward the bathroom. It wasn't see-through or misty like you'd expect a ghost to be. This thing was solid, completely opaque, like a shadow that had peeled itself off the wall. My whole body went cold. I couldn't even scream. I just laid there frozen, staring at the empty hallway where it had disappeared. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, I told Mimi what I saw. I expected her to laugh it off, but she just nodded and said, "They don't mean any harm, Maddie. They're just curious about you." I didn't go back to Mimi's for a while after that. Fast forward to when I was 19. I was living with my parents in their double-wide trailer. Our property was pretty isolated. We had this big yard that backed up to an old cemetery. Not the nicest view, but you get used to it. One night, I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth. The house was quiet. My parents were in their bedroom at the other end of the trailer, and my sisters were in their rooms. I was just standing there, half asleep, when I heard someone clearly say my name, Madison. It wasn't a whisper or anything creepy like that. It sounded like someone was standing right outside the bathroom door, calling me in a normal voice. I figured it was one of my sisters, so I mumbled, "What?" through a mouthful of toothpaste. No answer. I called out again, more annoyed this time. "What? I'm brushing my teeth!" Still nothing. I rinsed my mouth, opened the door and checked the hallway. Empty. I went to my sister's rooms. Both were wearing headphones, completely oblivious. My parents were watching TV in their room and swore they hadn't called me. That's when the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I remembered what happened at Mimi's all those years ago, and suddenly I knew. Whatever I saw that night had followed me home. Things escalated a few weeks later. I was sitting on the couch with my mom and sister watching some dumb reality show. I made some joke. I don't even remember what it was, and we all heard it. A child's giggle, right in my ear. It was so close I could almost feel the breath. We all froze. My mom muted the TV. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. My sister nodded, wide-eyed. "It sounded like a little kid laughing." My mom just stared at me. "It came from right beside you, Maddie." After that, weird stuff started happening regularly. My little brother had this broken toy motorcycle that hadn't worked in years. One day, it was just sitting on the coffee table when it suddenly started moving on its own. Not like it fell or something. It literally rolled forward about 6 inches, stopped, then rolled back. I don't know what possessed me, but I started asking it questions. "Move if you can hear me," I said, feeling stupid. The motorcycle moved forward. My heart was pounding. "Move if you're a girl." Nothing. "Move if you're a boy." Nothing again. "Move if you're neither." Still nothing. "Move if you're both." The motorcycle stayed put. I was getting frustrated. "Move if you're a girl," I said again, louder this time. The motorcycle suddenly shot forward so fast it fell off the table. That's when I knew I was dealing with something, someone who wanted to communicate. 2 years passed with occasional weird incidents, objects moving, my name being called, that sort of thing. By then, I'd moved into my own apartment about 20 minutes from my parents' place. I was dating this guy, Kevin, now my fiancé, who thought all my ghost stories were BS. I didn't blame him. I probably wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't experienced it myself. One night, my friend Ashley came over with this spirit board thing called the Psychic Circle. I'd never used a Ouija board or anything like that before, and I was nervous. Kevin refused to participate, saying we were being stupid and childish, so it was just me and Ashley. We sat on the floor of my living room with the board between us, placed our fingers on the planchette, and asked if anyone wanted to speak to us. Nothing happened for a few minutes, and I was starting to feel relieved when suddenly the planchette started moving. It wasn't like someone was pushing it. It felt like it was being pulled, dragging our fingers along with it. It spelled out A-N-N-A. "Anna?" I said out loud. "Is that your name?" The planchette moved to yes. Ashley and I looked at each other, both of us pale. "How old are you, Anna?" Ashley asked. The planchette moved again. 1-2, a 12-year-old girl. My stomach knotted up as I remembered the child-sized figure I'd seen at Mimi's house, the giggle in my ear. "Are you the one who's been following me?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Yes." "Why me?" The planchette moved slowly this time, spelling out G-U-I-D-E, guide? You're my guide? I was confused. "Yes." "Are you alone?" Ashley asked. "No." "Who's with you?" The planchette spelled out J-O-N-A-S. "Who's Jonas?" B-R-O-T-H-E-R. "How old is your brother?" 8. "Why doesn't Jonas talk to me like you do?" S-H-Y. We asked more questions, and Anna told us she had died on my parents' property. According to her, there used to be an old colonial house there that burned down around 1950. Her whole family died in the fire. She said she was buried in the cemetery behind my parents' house, but her grave was unmarked. I asked why she followed me specifically, and she just kept repeating guide and protect. When we ended the session, I felt drained, but also weirdly comforted. Anna wasn't some malevolent entity. She was just a kid who had attached herself to me for some reason. After that night, I became more aware of Anna's presence. I'd feel cold spots in my apartment, hear footsteps when I was alone, find objects moved from where I'd left them. It wasn't scary anymore. It was almost comforting, like having a roommate you never see but know is there. Kevin remained skeptical, rolling his eyes whenever I'd mention Anna. "You're just seeing what you want to see," he'd say. "It's all in your head." That is, until one night in 2016. We were lying in bed, back to back. I was almost asleep when I felt it, fingertips gently tapping up my spine from my lower back all the way to my neck. It was so distinct, so deliberate, that I thought Kevin was messing with me. "Stop it," I murmured, half asleep. "Stop what?" Kevin's voice was alert, tense. I rolled over to face him. "You just ran your fingers up my back." His face went white. "Madison, someone just did the same thing to me. I thought it was you." We both sat up, staring at each other in the dark. There was no one else in the apartment, no logical explanation for what we'd both felt. That was the moment Kevin became a believer. Strangely, that was also the last time I ever sensed Anna. It's been years now, and the presence that was such a constant part of my life is just gone. No more whispers, no more objects moving, no footsteps or cold spots or fingers tapping up my spine. I've gone back to my parents' place and walked through that old cemetery dozens of times, looking for any sign of a grave that might belong to Anna or her family. I've researched local history, trying to find records of a house fire in the area around 1950. I found nothing concrete, just vague mentions of a family that once lived on the property before my parents bought it. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing. But then I remember Kevin's face that night, the absolute certainty that someone, something, had touched us both at the same time. I remember the toy motorcycle moving on its own, the child's giggle in my ear that 3 people heard simultaneously. And I miss her. As weird as that sounds, I miss Anna. For years, she was this constant presence in my life, watching over me, following me, communicating in her own strange way. And now she's gone, with no explanation, no goodbye. I don't know why she left or where she went. Maybe she finally found peace. Maybe she realized I didn't need a guide anymore. Or maybe she's still around, just quieter now, watching from somewhere I can't perceive. All I know is that sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I find myself whispering, "Anna, are you there?" hoping to feel those familiar fingertips on my spine one more time. But so far, there's been only silence. Story 17. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family. It's hard to talk about, even after all these years. But I need to share it with people who might understand, because honestly, I don't think I'll ever fully process what happened. I was 8 years old when my mum first got sick. I remember the day she told me she had breast cancer like it was yesterday. We were sitting at our kitchen table, and she was trying to explain it in a way that wouldn't scare me too much. But I could see in her eyes that she was terrified. At first, it seemed like the treatments were working. She'd come home tired after chemo, but she'd still help me with homework and tuck me in at night. She started wearing colorful scarves when her hair fell out. I thought they made her look like a pirate queen, which always made her laugh. But things got worse quickly. By the time I turned 9, she couldn't make it up the stairs anymore. My dad moved their bed into our family room so she could still be part of everything. I remember how weird it felt seeing their bed downstairs, like everything in our lives was turning upside down. I started sleeping on the couch near her most nights. Dad would fall asleep in the armchair, exhausted from working all day and taking care of Mom all evening. Those nights in the family room were when the strange things first started happening. The first time, I woke up around 3 in the morning. Mom was asleep, breathing those raspy breaths that scared me. The room felt different somehow, warmer on one side, even though it was the middle of winter and our house was always drafty. I wasn't afraid, which is the weird part. It felt like someone was watching over us, but in a good way. I remember pulling my blanket up and whispering, "Is someone there?" Nothing answered, obviously, but the warm feeling moved closer. It settled next to me on the couch, and I swear I could feel the cushion dip slightly, like someone sitting down. I should have been terrified, but instead I felt safe, protected. I fell back asleep almost immediately. The next morning, I told Mom about it. She was having one of her better days and actually smiled when I described the warm presence. "That sounds like Grandma Rose," she said. "She always said she'd look after us." My grandmother had died when I was just a baby. I only knew her from pictures and Mum's stories, but Mum always said I had her smile. The thought that my grandma might be watching over us was comforting, especially with Mum getting sicker every day. These warm presences happened more frequently as Mum got worse. Sometimes I'd wake up and see the curtains moving when there wasn't any breeze. Other times, I'd hear soft footsteps when everyone else was asleep. Once, I even smelled my grandmother's perfume, this specific rose scent that Mum had kept a bottle of after she died. I mentioned it to Mum, and her eyes filled with tears. "She's here to help me cross over," she whispered. I didn't understand what she meant then, but I do now. Mom went into hospice care for her final week. I hated that place, the antiseptic smell, the hushed voices, the way the nurses looked at me with pity. But even there, I felt that warm presence sometimes, standing guard while Mom slept. She died on a Tuesday afternoon. I was at school when it happened. Dad picked me up early, and I knew something was wrong as soon as I saw his face. I remember screaming and crying in the car, and Dad just held me while we both sobbed in the school parking lot. It was the worst day of my life. The funeral was a blur. All I remember is staring at the casket and thinking it couldn't possibly hold my mum. She was too big, too important, too everything to fit in that box. I kept expecting her to show up and tell everyone there had been a mistake. When we got back to our empty house afterward, I ran straight to my room and slammed the door. I couldn't bear to see the empty space in the family room where her bed had been. Dad tried to coax me out for dinner, but I refused to eat. I eventually cried myself to sleep, clutching the teddy bear Mom had given me on my last birthday. That's when it happened, the first time I saw her after she died. I woke up in the middle of the night to the feeling of someone tucking my hair behind my ear. Mom always did that when she checked on me at night. For a second, I thought the whole thing had been a nightmare, that she was still alive. When I opened my eyes, she was there, sitting on the edge of my bed. Not solid, exactly. I could see the faint outline of my bookshelf through her, but definitely her. She looked healthy again, like before the cancer. Her hair was back, falling around her shoulders the way I remembered. She was smiling at me, and I could feel warmth radiating from her. I wasn't scared. That's the part people never believe when I tell them. Shouldn't a kid be terrified seeing their dead mother's ghost? But I just felt relieved, happy even. I reached out to touch her, and while my hand passed through, I felt that same warmth concentrate around my fingers. "Mom," I whispered. She didn't speak, but her smile widened. She leaned down, and I felt the sensation of a kiss on my forehead, just warmth and the faintest smell of her shampoo. Then she was gone. I told Dad about it the next morning. He got this strange look on his face and asked me exactly what I'd seen. When I described it, he sat down heavily at the kitchen table. "Last night," he said slowly, "I woke up because I thought I heard your mom's laugh, and the room smelled like her perfume." We both started crying, but they weren't entirely sad tears. Somehow, knowing she was still with us made the crushing grief a little lighter. Over the next few years, these visits continued. Sometimes I'd just feel her presence, that distinctive warmth that seemed to wrap around me when I was sad or scared. Other times, I'd catch glimpses of her out of the corner of my eye, standing in the doorway of my room or sitting in her favorite chair in the living room. The sightings were always brief, just a flash before she disappeared, but they happened often enough that I started to expect them. Dad never saw her clearly like I did, but he experienced other things. The radio would suddenly switch to her favorite song. Items she loved would move around the house. Once, on his birthday, he found her wedding ring on his pillow, even though he swore he'd left it in the drawer of his bedside table. The most convincing incident happened when I was 12. We were still living in the same house, and I'd had a terrible day at school. Some kids had been making fun of me for a presentation I'd given, and I came home in tears. Dad tried to comfort me, but I just wanted to be alone. I ran to my room, slammed the door, and threw myself on the bed. After a while, I heard a distinctive knock on my door, 2 quick taps, then a pause, then 3 more taps. It was the special knock Mum had always used when I shut myself in my room when I was upset. It was our code, her way of saying, "I'm here when you're ready to talk." My heart nearly stopped. Dad never used that knock. He didn't even know about it. It was just something between Mum and me. "Mom!" I called out, scrambling off the bed. When I yanked the door open, the hallway was empty. But there was a cold draft, unusual for that time of year, and I swear I could smell the faintest trace of her perfume. I stood there for a long time, hoping she'd appear, but she didn't. I ran downstairs to find Dad. "Did you knock on my door just now?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. He looked confused. "No, I've been in the garage this whole time." That's when I told him about Mum's special knock and how I'd just heard it. He sat down and pulled me into a hug. "She's still looking out for you," he said. "She promised she always would." We moved out of that house when I was 14. Dad had met someone new, and while I was happy for him, I was terrified of leaving the place where I could still feel Mum's presence. The night before the move, I sat alone in my empty bedroom and talked to her as if she were there. "I don't want to leave you," I said to the empty air. "Can you come with us?" There was no response, just the silence of a house filled with packed boxes. I fell asleep on the floor of my room, using my jacket as a pillow. I woke up covered with a blanket I know hadn't been there when I fell asleep. After we moved, the visitations stopped. No more glimpses of her in hallways, no more unexplained warmth, no more items moving around. At first, I was devastated, convinced we'd abandoned her. Dad suggested that maybe she'd only stayed to make sure we were okay, and now that we were moving forward with our lives, she could move on too. I'm in college now, studying psychology. Sometimes I try to rationalize what happened. Grief hallucinations, wishful thinking, a child's imagination combined with the trauma of losing a parent. But then I remember the specific details, the knock only she and I knew about, the blanket that appeared from nowhere, the way Dad experienced things too. I've never told anyone outside my family about these experiences. People would think I was crazy or just making up stories to cope with loss. But I know what I experienced. My mother stayed with me after she died. She watched over me until she was sure I would be okay without her. I miss those visits now. I miss the comfort of knowing she was still there in some form. But I also understand that maybe letting go was her final gift to me, allowing me to move forward without being tied to the past. Sometimes on really bad days I still talk to her. I don't see or feel anything anymore, but deep down, I believe she's listening. She promised she'd always be there for me, and my mom never broke her promises. Story 18. I've debated for years whether to share this experience. It still gives me nightmares, and I'm nervous about putting it out there. But after seeing similar stories on this forum, I feel like maybe someone will understand or have answers. This happened 15 years ago when I was 13, but I remember it like it was yesterday. My brother Mason, who was 11 at the time, and I were spending Thanksgiving at our grandmother's house in rural Washington state. Her place was this old farmhouse sitting on about 5 acres with dense forest behind it. We loved going there because the city had nothing like those woods, no place where you could walk for hours without seeing another person. My grandmother's property backed up to what she always told us was old tribal land. I never knew exactly what tribe it belonged to, but she'd warn us not to go too far into those woods. As kids, we assumed she was just being overprotective. That Thanksgiving, we'd find out she had good reasons. The day started normally enough. All the adults were inside prepping for tomorrow's dinner, chopping vegetables, making pies, and doing whatever else adults do during holidays. Mason and I were bored out of our minds. Our cousins weren't arriving until later that evening, and we had nothing to do. Naturally, we decided to explore the woods. It was cold, but not freezing, maybe mid-40s, with this weird, heavy mist hanging in the air. The kind where you can almost see individual droplets suspended. I remember my hoodie getting damp after just a few minutes outside. We followed this little game trail that wound behind Grandma's property. We'd been down it dozens of times before, usually stopping at this fallen oak that marked the boundary of where we were allowed to go. That day, though, something felt different. The woods seemed quieter than usual. No birds, no squirrels, just the sound of our footsteps on wet leaves. When we reached the fallen oak, Mason looked at me with that mischievous grin of his. "Want to see what's further back?" he asked. I knew we shouldn't, but I was 13 and thought I was invincible. Plus, I was the older brother. I couldn't chicken out in front of Mason. So we crossed over the fallen oak and kept going. The trail got narrower and less defined the further we went. The trees grew closer together, their branches creating this canopy that blocked out most of the light. It wasn't dark exactly, more like perpetual twilight. The mist seemed thicker too, hanging around our knees. We must have walked for 20 minutes when Mason stopped suddenly. "Do you know where we are?" he asked, and I realized I didn't. The trail had disappeared completely, and nothing looked familiar. Still, I played it cool. "Yeah, we just need to head back that way," I said, pointing in what I hoped was the direction we'd come from. Before we could turn around, we stumbled into a small clearing with this rock outcropping. It wasn't huge, maybe 10 feet tall, but it created a sort of ledge that looked down into a small ravine. Curious, we climbed up to get a better view. That's when I saw it. At first I thought it was just a man, some hunter maybe, wearing weird clothes. It was standing maybe 50 yards away, partially hidden by trees at the bottom of the ravine. It was tall, much taller than my dad, who's 6'2". It wore what looked like tattered, dirty clothes hanging off its thin frame. But something about how it moved felt wrong. Its arms were too long, its posture too rigid. "Mason," I whispered, nudging my brother. "Look at that." Mason squinted through the mist. "Is that a person?" Before I could answer, the figure turned toward us. That's when my entire world shattered. Its face wasn't human. Where a normal head should have been was the unmistakable face of a moose, but wrong somehow. The snout was too short, the antlers too small and jagged, but it was the eyes that froze my blood. They were huge, dark, and somehow human-looking, set in that animal face, and they were staring directly at me. In that instant, I felt something I've never felt, before or since. The absolute certainty that this thing wanted to eat me, not just kill me, but consume me entirely. It wasn't a thought or even an intuition. It was knowledge, as real as knowing my own name. Mason felt it too. I heard him make this strangled sound beside me. Then the thing took a step toward us, and we both broke. "Run!" I screamed, grabbing Mason's arm and yanking him off the rock. We tore through the woods, branches whipping our faces, roots trying to trip us. I kept my grip on Mason's wrist, terrified of losing him. I didn't look back, but I knew it was following us. I could feel its presence behind us, getting closer with each impossibly long stride. The worst part was how the woods had changed. Nothing looked familiar. The trees seemed to crowd in, paths appearing and disappearing. At one point, I swear we passed the same lightning-struck pine 3 times. It was like the forest itself was working with the moose man, trying to keep us there. We broke through into another clearing I'd never seen before. This one was perfectly circular and filled with mushroom rings, what my grandma called fairy rings. The air here was different too, thick and green-tinged, hard to breathe. My lungs burned with each breath and my vision started to blur at the edges. Mason was crying now, but his sobs sounded distant despite him being right beside me. I remember thinking, we're never getting out of here. It wasn't panic anymore, just a cold certainty. Whatever that thing was, it had us. Then, like a lifeline thrown to drowning swimmers, we heard our mum's voice calling our names. It sounded impossibly far away, but it broke whatever hold that place had on us. The green tinge in the air vanished, and suddenly I could see a familiar path cutting through the trees. We ran toward Mum's voice, bursting out of the tree line right behind Grandma's house. Mum was standing on the back porch, looking annoyed rather than worried. "There you are. I've been calling for 10 minutes. Your cousins are here, and dinner's almost ready." Mason and I looked at each other, both trembling and sweating despite the cold. According to Mum, we'd only been gone for about 45 minutes, but it had felt like hours. We didn't tell anyone what happened. Who would believe us? We cleaned up, changed clothes, and tried to act normal through dinner. That night, our cousins wanted to play manhunt in the yard, after dark, with flashlights. I didn't want to go anywhere near those woods again, but everyone would have thought I was a baby if I refused. So we played, with strict rules to stay in the yard and not go into the trees. My cousin Emma was it first. As she counted, the rest of us scattered to hide. I crouched behind Grandma's old Buick while Mason hid under the porch. I don't remember where the others went, except for my youngest cousin Jake, who hid behind a woodpile near the edge of the yard. Emma finished counting and started searching with her flashlight. I watched as she moved around the yard, finding our other cousins one by one. Then she swung her light toward where Jake was hiding. The beam caught something standing behind Jake, something tall and thin with a moose's face. It was just standing there, not 10 feet from Jake, watching him. Its antlers looked bigger now, more jagged, and its clothes hung in even worse tatters. But those eyes, those same human eyes in that animal face, were what made me start screaming. Everyone turned to look where I was pointing. Emma's flashlight beam found it again, and for a split second, everyone saw it. Then Jake realized something was behind him and turned around. The screams that erupted were chaos. Jake bolted from his hiding spot. Emma dropped her flashlight. We all ran for the house, tripping over each other to get inside. My uncle thought we'd seen a bear at first, but when we tried to explain, all talking over each other about antlers and human eyes and 2 long arms, the adults just exchanged looks. "You kids have been scaring each other with stories," my aunt said, but there was something in her voice, a tension that hadn't been there before. I noticed my grandmother make a strange gesture with her hand, like she was warding something off. That night, no one slept well. I kept Mason in my bed, both of us staring at the window until sunrise. The next day, Thanksgiving itself, passed in a blur. The adults kept us inside, blaming the weather, though it was clearer than the day before. When it was time to leave, my grandmother pulled me aside. She pressed something into my hand, a small leather pouch on a cord. "Wear this," she said. "Don't take it off until you're home." When I asked what it was, she just shook her head. "Just an old charm, for protection." It smelled of herbs and something else I couldn't identify. I wore it until we got home, 200 miles away. I still have it in my dresser drawer. Years later, I tried talking to my cousins about what happened. Jake flat out refuses to discuss it. Emma admitted she remembers something weird, but doesn't want to talk about details. Mason and I have a silent agreement. We acknowledge it happened, but we don't dig into it. I've researched native legends from that area and found scattered references to something called Moose Walker, or He Who Wears the Moose. The descriptions are always vague, but they all mention one thing. Those who see it are marked somehow. I still have nightmares about those eyes. Sometimes I wake up certain the Moose Man is standing in the corner of my bedroom watching me. I never go hiking alone now, and every Thanksgiving I find myself touching that leather pouch just to make sure it's still there. Story 19. I still remember that house like it was yesterday, even though I was only 5 years old when we moved in. It was supposed to be our fresh start, a real house instead of the cramped mobile home we'd been living in. My mom was pregnant with my baby brother, and we needed the space. My grandfather had given my parents a piece of his land in this new little subdivision they were building, and my parents were so excited to have our first actual house. The day we moved in was exhausting. I remember running around the empty rooms while my parents and some relatives carried in furniture and boxes. Everyone kept telling me how lucky I was to have such a big bedroom compared to my tiny one in the mobile home. My dad set up my bed that night, pushing it against the wall with the window right behind the headboard. Mom tucked me in, kissed my forehead, and told me to have sweet dreams in our new home. I couldn't fall asleep right away. Everything felt different. The sounds, the smell of fresh paint, the way moonlight came through my curtains. I was staring at the ceiling when I first noticed it. The shadows in my room seemed wrong. They were moving, but not in the way shadows normally move when a car passes by outside or when branches sway in the wind. These shadows were sliding across my floor and walls like they had a mind of their own. "Mom!" I called out, my voice small in the darkness. She came in looking tired, her pregnant belly making her movements slow. "What is it, sweetie?" "The shadows are moving," I whispered, pointing to my wall. Mom sighed and sat on the edge of my bed. "It's just the house settling, honey. New houses make noises, and we're more out in the country now, so you'll hear animals and things you're not used to. Nothing to be scared of." She smoothed my hair and left, but I knew what I saw. Shadows shouldn't move like that, not by themselves. For the next few nights, I slept with my blanket pulled up over my head. It was hot and hard to breathe, but I felt safer not seeing what was happening in my room. Then one night, maybe a week after we moved in, I saw a light come on outside my window. It was strange because we didn't have neighbors directly behind us, just empty lots waiting for houses to be built. I was about to call for my mom when I felt something pressing down on my blanket. It felt like hands, multiple hands, pushing on different spots of my comforter. I could see the indentations forming on the fabric. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The pressure got stronger, like whatever it was wanted to pin me down. In a burst of panic, I yanked the blanket down and screamed for my parents. There was nothing there, no person, no animal, but suddenly every shadow in my room began to move. They weren't just sliding anymore. They were swirling and pulsing like they were alive. My toys on the shelf seemed to vibrate. The closet door, which had been cracked open, slammed shut with a bang that shook the walls. My mum came running, flipping on the light. "What happened? What's wrong?" The shadows were moving, and something was pushing on my blanket, and the closet door slammed. I was crying, pointing around the room wildly. "Oh, honey, you had a nightmare," she said, pulling me into a hug. "The wind probably closed the door. It's an old house." "But it's brand new," I argued through tears. "Well, it's built on old land," she replied, not really paying attention as she tucked me back in. "Try to go back to sleep. Everything's fine." But everything wasn't fine. Over the next few weeks, the shadows kept moving. Sometimes they'd stay along the walls, but other times they'd slide across the floor toward my bed. I started seeing dark blobs moving around the house during the day too, just in the corner of my eye, never when I looked directly at them. I'd see one dart behind the couch or slip into the bathroom just as I turned my head. My dad started acting different too. He'd always had a few beers on weekends, but now he was drinking every night. He and Mum fought a lot. He'd come home late, stumbling and smelling. Strange, and they'd argue in their bedroom. I'd pull my pillow over my head to block out their voices, but then I'd be too scared to keep my eyes covered because of the shadows. One afternoon, I refused to go inside the house by myself when Mom was unloading groceries from the car. "Honey, just go put your backpack in your room while I get your brother's stuff," she said, struggling with bags and her huge pregnant belly. "No, I don't want to be in there alone." I was on the verge of tears, standing firmly on the driveway. She looked at me for a long moment, then sighed. "Fine. Wait here." After that, Mum started arranging play dates with kids from the neighborhood. Maybe she thought I was just lonely. There was a boy named Tyler who lived 3 houses down and a girl named Jenny across the street. When they came over, I felt braver. We'd play in my room, and I wouldn't see the shadows as much. One day, while we were building a fort out of blankets, Tyler got really quiet. "What's wrong?" I asked him. He glanced at my closet, then back at me. "Do you ever see things in your house? Like things that shouldn't be there?" My stomach dropped. "Like what?" "I don't know. Shadows that move by themselves, or like dark spots that follow you." Jenny stopped arranging the pillows. "In my house, there's this big shadow that stands in the hallway at night. My mum says it's just the coat rack, but sometimes it's there when the coat rack isn't." We all just looked at each other, and I felt cold all over despite it being summer. "You see them too, the moving shadows?" They both nodded, and suddenly I wasn't sure if I felt better knowing I wasn't crazy, or worse, knowing that whatever was happening wasn't just in my house. That night, things got really bad. My dad came home late again, and the fight with Mom was worse than usual. I heard something break, and Mom crying. I hid under my blanket, shaking, when suddenly my room got ice cold. So cold I could see my breath when I peeked out. The shadows weren't just moving anymore. They were growing, stretching from floor to ceiling, spreading across the walls until the whole room seemed darker than it should be. Then I heard it, a low humming sound, like lots of people whispering all at once, but I couldn't make out any words. My toys started vibrating again, more violently this time, and one by one they fell off the shelf. My dresser drawers opened and closed by themselves. The ceiling light flickered, even though it wasn't turned on. I was frozen in terror, unable to even call for my parents. The shadows seemed to be gathering into one massive dark shape at the foot of my bed. It didn't have a face or anything, but I somehow knew it was looking at me. The whispering got louder, and the temperature dropped even more. Then my bedroom door flew open, slamming against the wall. My dad stood there, swaying slightly. "What the hell are you doing in here?" he slurred. Dad, the shadows?" I tried to explain, but he cut me off. "Shut up about the goddamn shadows. Your mother's been telling me about your little stories. There's nothing in here." He stormed into the room, flipping on the light. The moment the light came on, the shadows scattered like cockroaches, sliding back to where normal shadows should be. The room warmed up instantly. My dad looked around, then glared at me. "See? Nothing. Now go to sleep and stop making up crap to scare your mother. She doesn't need the stress right now." He slammed the door when he left. I sat there trembling, knowing what I'd seen was real. The shadows had gotten scared of him. Or maybe they were part of him somehow. I didn't understand it then, and I still don't. Things escalated over the next few weeks. The shadows became more aggressive, knocking things over and creating cold spots throughout the house. My dad got more violent too, not hitting us, but punching walls and breaking dishes when he was angry. Mom cried a lot, cradling her belly, whispering to my unborn brother that everything would be okay. One night, I woke up to find a shadow sitting on my chest. I couldn't move or breathe. It felt like it was pressing all its weight on me, crushing me slowly. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. Just when I thought I might pass out, my mom appeared in the doorway, flipping on the light. The shadow dissolved, and I could breathe again. "Sweetie, are you okay?" I thought I heard something. I burst into tears, telling her everything. This time, instead of dismissing me, she sat down and really looked at me. Maybe it was the terror in my eyes, or maybe she'd started noticing things too, but something changed that night. "I believe you," she said quietly. "I've been feeling something too, like we're being watched." The next day she called my grandfather. I only heard bits of the conversation, but she was asking about the land, if anything had ever happened there. His answers must have disturbed her because she was very quiet afterward. That weekend, my dad went out drinking, and Mum packed up some of our things. "We're going to stay with Grandma for a while," she told me, trying to sound cheerful. "Won't that be fun?" As we were leaving, I looked back at the house. In every window, shadows were pressed against the glass, like they were watching us go. Not normal shadows. These were darker, denser, with edges that moved and rippled. Mum didn't see them. She was busy loading the car. But I saw them, and I knew they saw me too. We never went back to that house. My parents got divorced a few months later. My brother was born at Grandma's house, healthy and loud. Mum found us an apartment in the city, far away from that subdivision. I never told her about the shadows in the windows as we left. Some things are too scary to put into words, even now. Years later, I found out that before the subdivision was built, that land had been a dumping ground for some factory. The developer had covered it up, literally and figuratively. All the families who moved in reported similar experiences, strange phenomena, health issues, relationship problems. Eventually, the whole subdivision was abandoned. I still have nightmares about those shadows. Sometimes I wake up feeling a weight on my chest, and for a split second, I'm 5 years old again, trapped in that house with things I couldn't understand. I check the corners of my room for moving shadows before I can go back to sleep. The worst part is, I never figured out if those shadows were something supernatural or if they were somehow connected to what was happening with my dad. Were they feeding off his negative energy? Were they making him worse? Or were they something else entirely, something tied to that poisoned land? I don't know if I'll ever have answers. All I know is that somewhere out there, that house is still standing empty. And sometimes I wonder if those shadows are still moving inside it, waiting for someone new to come home. Story 20. I've been hesitating to share this for weeks now, but I need to get this off my chest before it eats me alive. I'm not sure if writing this will help, but I can't keep talking to therapists who look at me like I'm crazy. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. This happened about 2 months ago. My husband Jake got a temporary assignment overseas. Good money, but 3 months away. With a 2-month-old baby and our apartment lease ending at the same time, it made sense to stay with my parents while he was gone. They have this big old house with plenty of room, and Mum was thrilled to have little Emma around. I've always been a night owl, and with Emma's feeding schedule, I was usually up until 2 or 3 in the morning anyway. My parents would go to bed around 10, and I'd have the quiet house to myself while taking care of Emma. The first week was normal as life with a newborn can be. But then things started to change. Emma had been such a good baby before. She rarely fussed, ate well, and only cried when she needed something. But on our 8th night at my parents' place, she started acting strange. She wouldn't take her bottle, kept crying for no reason I could figure out, and kept staring at this empty corner of my childhood bedroom where we were staying. I thought maybe she was just colicky or going through a growth spurt. By the 3rd night of this behavior, I was getting really worried. When I'd lay her in her bassinet, she would scream bloody murder until I picked her up. The moment I put her down, she'd start staring at that same corner, her little eyes wide with what I can only describe as fear. Babies that young aren't supposed to show fear like that. It was unnerving. I took her to the pediatrician the next day. They checked everything, ear infection, fever, rash, digestive issues, but found nothing wrong. The doctor just said some babies go through fussy periods and to keep an eye on her. So I did. That night, I'll never forget it, Emma finally fell asleep around 11:30 after hours of crying. I was exhausted, but too wired to sleep, scrolling through my phone in the dim light of a small lamp across the room. My parents had been in bed for hours, and the house was completely silent. Then I felt it. The air in the room seemed to thicken. It got colder, not like when the air conditioning kicks on, but a slow, creeping cold that settled into my bones. I felt like I was being watched, that prickly feeling on the back of your neck when someone's staring at you. I looked over at Emma, but she was still sleeping soundly for the first time in days. That's when I heard it. A soft knocking sound coming from inside my closet. At first, I thought it might be the house settling. It was an old house after all. But then it happened again. 3 distinct knocks. Knock, 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 like someone tapping. Their knuckles against the inside of the closet door. My throat went dry. I stared at the closet, hoping it was just my imagination running wild from lack of sleep. The knocking came again, louder this time, more insistent. I glanced at Emma, still asleep, and then back at the closet. "Hello?" I whispered, immediately feeling stupid for talking to my closet. But the knocking stopped. For about 30 seconds, there was complete silence. I started to relax, thinking maybe it was just the house making normal house noises. Then the knocking came back, so violent the closet door rattled in its frame. It sounded like someone was trying to beat their way out. I jumped up from the bed, my heart racing. I looked around for something to use as a weapon and grabbed the heavy metal lamp from my nightstand. With my free hand, I reached for the closet doorknob, my palm sweaty against the cold metal. I yanked the door open, lamp raised, ready to swing at an intruder. But there was nothing there, just my clothes hanging neatly and some storage boxes on the shelf above. I pushed the clothes aside, checking every corner of the small closet. Empty. I closed the door, feeling stupid but still uneasy. I checked on Emma again, still asleep, and then went to my parents' room to see if they'd heard anything. Their door was closed, and I could hear my dad's soft snoring from the hallway. I didn't want to wake them over what was probably nothing, so I went back to my room. As I walked in, the closet door burst open with such force it slammed against the wall. I froze in the doorway, staring in horror as something emerged from the closet. It wasn't solid, more like a shadow, but darker than any shadow should be. It had the shape of a woman in a flowing gown, tall and thin, but with no features I could make out. Just pure darkness in the rough shape of a person. It hovered there for a moment, and though it had no eyes I could see, I knew it was looking at me. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it dissipated into nothing, like smoke being blown away by an invisible wind. I ran to Emma's bassinet and scooped her up. She didn't wake, which seemed strange given how loud the door had been. I tried to leave the room, but the door wouldn't open. I twisted the knob, pulled with all my strength, even kicked at it, but it was like it had been sealed shut. I screamed for my parents, but there was no response. The house remained silent, except for my own panicked breathing. I turned on every light in the room, grabbed the rosary my grandmother had given me years ago from my jewelry box, and sat on the bed with Emma cradled in my arms. I prayed out loud, something I hadn't done since I was a child, my voice shaking. The digital clock on my nightstand read 1 a.m. when I heard knocking again, not from the closet this time, but from the window behind my bed. I was on the 2nd floor. There shouldn't be anything outside that window but air and the big oak tree that was at least 10 feet away from the house. I couldn't bring myself to look. I just held Emma tighter and kept praying. The knocking continued, getting louder and more persistent until it sounded like the glass might shatter. Then it stopped abruptly. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. Slowly, I turned around. The shadow was standing next to the bed. It was more defined now, and I could make out the suggestion of a woman's face, but with no features, just a smooth, dark void where features should be. It was staring down at Emma with what I somehow knew was intense interest. It leaned closer to us, and I heard a voice, though not with my ears. It was like the words formed directly in my mind, a raspy whisper that said, "Thanks for bringing your baby to me." I tried to move away, but I was frozen in place. The shadow extended what looked like an arm and hovered its hand over Emma's tiny neck. Emma's eyes snapped open and she began to cry, not her normal cry, but a high-pitched wail of pure terror. I wanted to scream, to fight, to do anything, but I couldn't move. It was like I was paralyzed. All I could do was watch as foam began to appear at the corners of Emma's mouth. Her crying weakened, and I could feel her little heart racing against my arm, then slowing. "Stop!" I finally managed to scream. "Please stop! Take me instead!" The shadow turned its featureless face toward me, and I felt a wave of cold malice wash over me. It didn't speak again, just continued whatever it was doing to my baby. Emma's crying stopped. Her body went limp in my arms. I felt her heart stop beating. In that moment, something in me broke. I lunged at the shadow, swinging the rosary like a weapon. My hand passed right through it, but the shadow recoiled anyway. It seemed to shudder, then gradually faded until it was gone. The door to my room suddenly swung open, and the lights I'd turned on flickered and went out. I sat there in the dark, holding my baby's lifeless body, unable to process what had just happened. The next thing I remember is my mother shaking me awake at dawn. I was still clutching Emma, but she wasn't breathing. We called an ambulance, but it was too late. The official cause of death was listed as SIDS, Sudden Infant Death Syndrome. The doctors said it happens sometimes, with no warning or explanation. But I know what I saw. That thing, whatever it was, took my baby from me. The shadow never appeared again after that night. It got what it wanted. My parents think my story about the shadow is just my mind's way of coping with Emma's death. My husband came home early from his assignment, and he's been supportive, but I can see the concern in his eyes when I talk about what happened. The grief counselor I've been seeing suggests I'm experiencing hallucinations brought on by postpartum depression and trauma. Maybe they're right. Maybe my mind made up this horror story to explain the unexplainable. But in my heart, I know what I saw was real. That shadow was real, and it came specifically for my baby. We moved out of my parents' house immediately after the funeral. I can never set foot in that room again. Jake and I are staying in a hotel until we can find a new place. I sleep with all the lights on, and I check every closet before I can even try to rest. I don't know what that thing was, or why it wanted my Emma. All I know is that when I close my eyes, I still see its featureless face leaning over my baby, still hear its voice in my head, thanking me for bringing my child to it. And I'll never forgive myself for not being able to stop it.